Into the night. I've been calling it Into the Art. We're still figuring it out. But anyway, I'm up. I have a quick launch. Here we go. We're up and we're away. The only last thing I need to do, I guess, is, we're in fast hover mode as we fly over the cities in town and we slowly gain elevation in this, what we would call our spaceship of the imagination. Tonight I got draw pile open. I'm gonna restart my Wacom, and hopefully we have a guest. I have had my esteemed friend Tim Henson say that he wants to join us, and if he doesn't, that's fine. I'll be a little sad. We'll just see. We'll see. We both are putting our positive vibes out there and trying to align our expectations. The odds are high that he'll show up. If not, we're drawing. We're drawing regardless. You're going to get me doing some drawing. I'm bullshitting some stuff tonight. I don't know what I'm doing. But I'm running my own draw pile room for the first time. I don't know if we need more. How do I make the canvas bigger? Toolbars, zoom, rotation. Resize the canvas. Oh, well, wonderful. We will say that the canvas is 1900 by 1600. Resize. That's a little bit better. Yeah, that's much better. And let's call this guides. This is some sort of line tool. We're just eyeballing it. We could be wrong. And can I play with the opacity of that? You sure can. My background needs to be filled gray. Just setting this all up before Tim gets here. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Seems we've got a couple of viewers. I'm glad to finally get up off the ground. I'm setting up draw pile here and trying to figure out how we're doing certain things. I need this to be 50% gray. I'm not sure why it's not filling. It's the biggest brush we got. Maybe I'll just have to, let's watch this expand. This isn't happy. I didn't want to have to do this way. Oh, hello, my two viewers. Someone say hi in the chat for me. We're just getting the show set up, and Tim will be here shortly. It is my low bar that we get this spaceship of the imagination off the runway in 20 minutes or less. So thank you for joining me for the start of the show. I should probably make the rounds and tell everybody that I'm streaming right now. What will I say? Start out on Facebook and Google+. I'd love to get to know you guys tonight. We're going to have an interviewer here. You guys are going to be allowed to ask questions. We're going to go get your friends and family, or your weird cousin, or your three-eyed sister who says she's into art. Because Timm Henson is an amazing artist. I am blessed to be joined by him. Yeah, this is happening, folks. This is kind of what I wanted for my channel. So I'm going to be telling him some of that soon. I want to be the place. I want to interview artists. I mean, I want to pick their brains and get to know them and what their inspirations are and how they do their thing. And we're going to feature Timm Henson. How about we figure out how to get it going? Okay, here I'm going to say, well, I'll read it to you when I'm done writing. I'm going to mute myself. I guess I could let the, I could let the music shift around, because that's, at the very least, I'm some nice tunes to listen to while you wait. I'm gonna let you keep staring at the picture of my dog, though. Kratos, the hydration puppo. A minor chaos lord. .42. A void spirit, if ever there was one, eternally hungry. Alright, apparently the telemetry's telling me I've got a green light on the left mirror. The right mirror tells me I got 2 viewers. It's good to have you. We're still getting set up. I'm almost done. Copy, paste, all around social media. Let people know that tonight you existed, even for a moment. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I exist. And I want to thank you all for existing tonight as we are into the art with Incomitatum. I'm your host, Incomitatum. You can call me Incom. Tonight we're going to be making art with Timm Henson. It's going to be great. He said message him close to his time, around 7. And we've only had this bird in the air for 9 minutes. So what I think I might do is just do some drawing here in Draw Pile. Hey, one viewer, what do you want to tell me about some shit I should draw tonight while we wait for Tim? Koopa Gang. I can tell my Koopa Gang friends. They're cool. It's always good to have some of them. Alright, so art room. Talking in the art room. Alright, and then over here, see, there's all these different places where you're allowed to promote yourself, and it's like, okay, well, what do they call this chat? What do they call this one? This one is called Shows by Friends. So we paste that in here. Arts and crafts. Okay, I already promoted myself. They've got a only promote yourself once a week policy. These are the dogs of the state. What are these guys? Their deal is about art. Am I allowed to post in here? Oh well, we'll try it. It'd be a bummer if I got banned from there, but whatever, man. You gotta schlop. You gotta huck your own shit out there, right? No one else is gonna do it for you. If you're not willing to scream at the top of your lungs that you existed, who the fuck else is gonna raise your flag and get behind you? You gotta make a little bit of noise. Make some motherfucking noise. Alright, so who are we tonight? We are Incomitatum. I'm gonna be doing some art. Waiting for Tim. He'll show up whenever he does. We're in the air. We got 12 minutes. Let's turn this into some kind of show. Well, over in Photoshop, I've got the thing that I've been working on. Let me make sure that I've got the... Yeah. I've got this going. That's great, SMG. That's so good for you. You don't have to tell me every damn time. Photos. Going over to my Google Photos account. Yeah, here's the last thing that I was working on. If you guys watched last night's stream, this is right about where I stopped. I've been doing research today about how to make this better. And then I reached out to Tim, and I'm like, hey, Tim, I've always admired your crap. I've always admired your amazing art, which I want to show off, but I want to show it off when he's here. So, and he's like, hey, man, I'm down to get on tonight. So he'll be with us. In the meantime, I should put Draw Pile through its paces just a little more as I reconfigure my desk to allow me to draw for y'all. So I look over here in the chat. As I look out over there in the chat. I'm in voice. Let me turn myself up just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Silky and smooth. Brought to you by Emery's Chocolates. You've never had them so damn smooth before. What is he talking about? Nobody knows, folks. So, tonight we'll just doodle another layer. That's hidden. How do I lock the layers? Oh. Only me. And only me. Yay. Alright. So this is kind of our rule of thirds layer. Let me back up. We'll draw and draw pile tonight. I can always screenshot this when we're done or save it as a PNG or something. Let's go over to our brush. I happen to know that I use about somewhere between a 5 and a 10 pixel brush in Photoshop depending on how I'm zoomed in. So, and I want to paint with something. Well, let's paint with a bluish purple. No one around to give me any input. lately I've been, focusing on the rule of thirds thing. That's why I made this very half-assed thing. It's not quite right, but almost. It says that if you target these areas, then you're likely to have a nice picture. Opacity. Let's turn the opacity on this down some. Oh, don't I have a brush just for that? I believe I do. Yes, this is my cool brush. This is the one that I like. There we go. The opacity of this isn't quite. I don't know what this hardness does. Gotta get this just the way I want it, right? Alright, let's take everything and delete. Thank you. I don't know, it just happened, but it was strange. And now my brushes are gone. That's not happy. Hey, brushes, come back. Not those brushes. I had my layers, but then I had a spot for my individual brushes. And now that seems to be gone. Freehand is what they call that. Okay. Omniscion must be having a day. As I understand it, he's kind of in the LA area. What did he say? Let me make sure. I'm going to private message him, because I think that's what he wanted. I think that he wanted a private message. All right. Apparently I wrote special guests on all the social media that I put out there. Because I'm an idiot. What happens when you have fat thumbs. So now that I'm at my terminal, I'll actually go around and fix it everywhere I posted it. Because I'm a derp. Alright, Tim is on his way, apparently. Sometimes the universe just doesn't quite unfold the way that you intend for it to. Maybe he is a special guest star. It's alright. We guess we'll see if he makes it. This is all very slapped together. Ad hoc is the word they use anyway, right? Here we are just streaming. We're proud to be here. We're only 20 minutes in. That's my low bar. So that's good. We're sailing into the night. We're doing good. So when in doubt, draw a spaceship. I saw a cool spaceship today. How did it go? It had a big window. And it came down here. And it had a little bit of a lip. And then a nose like that. And then it had some panels going on in here. Some important shit hangs out up underneath there. Sensors and stuff. Boom. So this is into the art with Incomitatum. We're on episode 21, lines, proportions. We happen to be in draw pile because that allows Tim and I to draw together. And I haven't given you my other disclaimers. This episode, like all my episodes, is rated B for bullshit. That means that we're allowed to just talk about whatever we want. It's very casual and laid back. And we're allowed to say some stuff. It could be good or bad. We're not, we're just going to say some stuff and we'll walk it back later. But sobriety is not required to fly a spaceship of the imagination. It's not considered heavy equipment. I do like a little tug though, right as I was talking about this. It's okay if your hand is not 100% smooth when you're doing a sketch. What do we got going on in the world that people care about today? It's always more fun when this is a conversation. I drew the start of a little Mars rover that kind of looked like this. See, I need a panel here. I don't know what this does. Put a dude up in there. I don't know if you can resize shit in this program or not. I haven't tried. Alright, I've lassoed that. Okay, so they mix the lasso and the resize tool together. And the move tool, even though they leave this dumbass cursor. Fine. Alright, so when in doubt, because you gotta draw from what makes you happy. And one of the things that always makes me happy is spaceships. So let's project this line out here. And let's make this a cylinder. Just half-assing some perspective tonight, folks. You might think this is good. I'm gonna think it's awful. That's just how I do. Oh, we got a really soft eraser. Why is our eraser so damn soft? I'm gonna have to reconfigure the eraser. Alright, but if we follow this idea back, I'm not gonna have the spaceship shaped like this. I just need this volume for consideration. Make this a little bit of a fuel tank or something. Here we go. In fact, I like this kind of swept look. Let's continue this down some so that we can exaggerate that sweptness. I can terminate this line here, actually. This thing doesn't... yeah, that eraser's pissing me off. Oh yeah, we did have that issue. The opacity on this is really limited. Right here. Okay, that seems to feel good. So, I actually want to have... Oh boy, let's continue this line back. Just for the sake of that. And so, this line and this line down here. See, this is why I normally 3D model things, because I hate when the perspective is wrong, and thus that makes me dislike perspective. Can I zoom in a little? Control to zoom in. So yeah, this episode's rated B for bullshit. I'm going to talk about whatever I want. This is going to go in whatever direction I want. It's a very laid-back format. Hopefully you'll at least get that intersection between art and storytelling. Hopefully I'm interesting. What is this sleepy-ass music? Morgana rides. Get out of here, man. I don't like you. We need upbeat shit. This is my show, and I'm curating it. Yeah, there we go. My brain was just in a shitty lull because mood is everything. So, I love spaceships. I love pizza. I don't think that this is going to be a pizza delivery spaceship, but in fact, let's loft these large canisters right here. You can see that if I was doing this in 3D with primitives, it would be rather low poly. But I do like the idea of this being a tanker or a hauler. And whatever this resource is, I want at least 2 of these. And yeah, in the real thing, they'll be extra. We'll make extra short. I'll make sure that they're the same size. But here we are tonight, folks, into the art with Incomitatum. And apparently we find ourselves in the space of drawing some ships. And there's definitely worse places to be, so I don't mind any of that. We decided we're continuing the ship's chin down some, and if that's the case, you know, I like lights. Let's put some lights down here. I like, if this is going to be a hauler of some kind, let's just start getting a robot arm in here. And we're totally showing this at the wrong perspective. I totally get that. Because I bet that unless we make it ultra beefy, you wouldn't be able to see it from this angle. Now in Photoshop, I can come along and I can say, I fucked that up. Does this allow you to skew? Or just to resize? That seems to be locked. Let me Google that real quick, because it's super helpful when you can skew. Draw pile. Skew. Can we skew? Can we skew? Oh my god, let's skew. Oh, alright. Doesn't look like it. Oh, but we can rotate, right? Can we rotate? No. Can't even rotate? Hold down Alt and drag a selection. Okay. Oh, so I have to hold Alt when I make the selection, letting it know that I want to start in rotation mode. Oh my, this is not working. Oh, okay. So my problem was I was trying to grab the handles. Shink. When in reality, I needed to grab the selection inside. So this is a little bit better. I love this song. I wonder if they have a version without the vocals. Oh, middle mouse click will move me around. So this is a little bit better. Hold Alt. And Let's scale this bad boy up. I mean, I want this arm to be beefy. It needs to lift some big things, so it's a little bit better. Still, oh, we're stuck on the eraser somehow. Really? Does it think that I'm all turned around? Are you kidding me, draw pile? Oh, my color is gray. I'm not erasing. At some point I picked a color. There we go. Okay. Derp. Music's a little loud though, right? Sorry about that, folks. Tim has messaged me. We just had our time zones wrong. That's all. He says he just got home. And that was just like 2 minutes ago. So it's all good. See? Alright, it'll all be sorted out in voice. I got my times backwards because I'm a derp. Alright. We're getting it sorted out. 30 minutes into the show is fine. Totally fine. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? We end up having to sit around and draw spaceships. I'm a very find the silver lining in whatever you're in kind of person. Like right now, I'm losing my stereo. Left channel, right channel. Here we go. I have a finicky cord on my headset, which is a bummer. Because it's a good quality headset. It's just a shitty cord. It's actually just the plug. Alright, yeah, worst case scenario, I'm the kind of guy who will just sit around and draw. If I'm stuck and a client is like, can't make it, it's like, yeah, okay, cool. Well, I'm drawing. We'll do it. I'm saying, sometimes you gotta make your own joyful noise, dude. I want this big claw. I want it to have a bit of a weird knuckle on it. Not like it's articulated, but just like it's one forged metal piece. There we go. It's just bent at this gnarly angle. We'll get this thing coming out here. Oh, we need to apply another one back here. Wait, how does this thing hover? See, the problem is, I've told you that I'm both artistic and I'm art and engineer minded, and so eventually I get to the point where I go, how does X do Y? It's like, It's cool that that's what we want to say in the fiction, but how? Yeah, I actually imagine this being the crew space. So this is a big ship, like a person might. Let's show a person. Standing right there with their head. Hey, Greg. Hey, Jim. Did you recalibrate the claw today? No, the claw's still down. No, if we can't get that claw working, we can't do our thing. Yeah, I know. See, that's the problem I have with a lot of the ships in Star Wars, is they just move magically. I mean, damn it though, they look cool. I mean, if you make some kind of shape and you put little greebly bits on it and you're like, hey man, I want you to know this is a spaceship, I'll probably buy everything you're selling. I'll be like, yeah, that is a spaceship and it's cool looking. I like the idea of having some sort of radiator here. Heat sink. So we'll draw something kind of intestinal looking right there. All right. I thought that I muted the mic from that. I'm so sorry. That was awful and rude of me. I thought for sure I pushed the mute button. My finger was on it. Forgive me, one viewer. What is this song? It's a little chaotic. Alright, so we're painting this spaceship. Let's do a paint over. And what I mean when I say let's do a paint over is I'm not worried about fudging up my lines. Ooh, I like this. Breeziness here. Just this. Oh, and this is going to be a little different. I'm not actually a big fan of this song. Come on, man. Don't give me problems tonight. Alright, this is good and bright, but not quite bright enough. Let's crank the value up on it. Yeah. Let's make it a little blue-green. I've been liking that hue. What the fuck even is this song? Kevin MacLeod, I'm sorry I don't approve, but please go away with that song. Show your moves. Another Kevin MacLeod song. He normally does quite good around here. Him and I normally don't have any problems. There we go. And if I'm going to use that for this, I might want to use it for this interior color too. Alright, a dingy, rusty spaceship is a little bit orange. Desaturated in orange. I'm doing like Miss Pepper would do. I'm just doing big blobby colors. There's actually nothing wrong with that. In fact, what I should be doing is making another layer. New layer. Say that layer goes into here. I'll be big and blobby. Here we go. Super big, super blobby. Let's just get this thing colored in. Because then I can do the Copic marker kind of thing over the top, which is fun. Actually, I want to make this a little more red. Such an inconsequential color shift. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I just derped out and swapped the direction the numbers go. I really just was not thinking. Which is fine. I mean, it gave me time to get the stream up. Alright. Well, the detail I put into that claw really stands out. It's like, wow, you detail all this other stuff. Why not that? Because I was derping out. No. Alright, so I don't have lab color right now, which is normally what I would use in another program or Photoshop. So to emulate that, as I go darker, I'm going to go more saturated by about the same amount. Now I am going to shift the hue on this though, because this is space and I want a kind of a blue, greeny, purple, or high atmosphere. Do we have blending modes? We sure do, Billy. What do they have that's like, well, fine, we'll just stick to multiply. Whatever. But I'm going to have to make it more saturated, which is fine. Drawing a spaceship tonight for no reason, because you don't need a reason to draw spaceships, folks. Spaceships bring me joy, and so I'm saying, whenever you want, draw a spaceship. Just doing some quick shading. Oh, and let's set this underneath our lines. Now, I'm told that there's no way to quickly... Well, I guess at that point I would use a recolor brush, wouldn't I? I talked about how dumb the recolor brush in Drawpile was in the past, but that was me being naive, short-sighted, if you will. Ignorant. I think that it definitely can and does have its uses at times. Yeah, so let's cut this in here. Some more shading. Oh yeah, well we need to shade this down in here. All of this in here is going to get shaded because we want the contrast. If the light's coming down at that angle, then the back side of this and the front side of that needs to get shaded, right? Snicked a little bit of ambient occlusion down in there. I like the idea that this is actually tucked up in here. So let's make a smaller brush, or just be careful as we go around here. We can imply that line even though we didn't draw it. Yeah, not bad so far. In our weird little tan-colored spaceship. I want to mess with the opacity, which is why it's fun to do this on an extra layer. If this were Copic markers, you couldn't do this. Give me another layer. Ah, the power of layers. Let's see, I'll just go ahead and paint it in. But then first of all, I'll set it to multiply. Golly gee, I did it wrong. I don't like the clicky sound this stuff makes. Oh, and a new layer goes to the top of the pile. That was my confusion. We're going to have to put this over the lines, folks. But that's all right. See, having one more layer of opacity is nice. It can imply those crevices that are way back up in there. And this is acting like an airbrush now for some strange reason. I'm not against it, it's just a little strange. It's real blobby and sensitive. Oh, I must have changed it. Ah, well. It is what it is. Can you merge your layers? Bum, 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 bum. See, I don't understand what the different modes are, because it's like, it's white, it's black, it's confusing to me. Obviously I'm missing something. Can we merge the layers? Oh, you gotta merge down. What the hell just happened? Looking like you gotta do it in reverse order. You gotta, if you're gonna merge down, you gotta start from the second to the last. Oh boy, I will say that is not intuitive. Oh well. The last thing I want to do to this fun little ship we've been building is do the opposite. So I said that we were going to come in here and as we lowered the value, increase the saturation. Now I'm going to increase the value, lower the saturation. We want this to be almost white. I'm going to tilt this towards green. Yeah, there's our highlight color. Did I make a smudge brush? Go in. I thought I had a real smudgy brush. Whoop-ding! Someone's whoop-dinging me. The beautiful wife just sent an attachment. Oh, my beautiful little hippie chick. Alright, here we are. Boom, 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 boom. Try not to get distracted, but sometimes the social media pops up. Alright. Someone's going to demand my attention from somewhere, and that's A-okay, actually. Oh, this is a weird kind of highlight brush. It blends the edges of what you're doing. Actually need a little more of the color in there. A little less smudging. There we go. Just gotta massage an area. Just gotta massage it right on in there. It's a shiny spaceship in some places. Right up here on the rim. And yeah, I do kind of want to treat it like a rim light. Which maybe I should just blanket this in something dark to knock it all the way back. This is a fun little brush, actually. I don't think I have a brush quite like this in Photoshop that it smears as it draws. Because now I feel like I'm massaging the paint around, and that's kind of fun. Yeah, let's get the underside of that. Let's cook this. Yeah, let's just get it there. Drive it a little bluer. Just real saturated. For some reason, we've decided that this bright green, when it falls off, becomes cyan. Atmospherics, man, they can be strange sometimes. I don't know. It is what it is. Maybe I should paint this closer to back here. I'll just drive that towards the blue a little bit more. But you know what I love about spaceships? My brother drew these first when we were in grade school. Because what fun is any of this if we don't get some flames going on? I'm not even a pyromaniac, but I acknowledge ships need to fly around and have some cool fire coming out, man. Oh yeah, for that you need true white. Just plow that on there. Doom, 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 doom. Alright, so we're coming up on an hour. And the first hour, if you don't accomplish quite what you want to when you're doing a stream, I've had other mentors say, you know what? That first hour is just an introductory thing to get people on board, man. I don't know. Is that disrespect of the viewer's time? I can't really say. But I do set a bar similarly. You know, Tim and I, mostly because I'm a derp, had a miscommunication about when he was going to be here. That's okay. What comes from that is the fact that he has pledged to join our cause, brothers. He will be here. He will. But we gotta wait. Because I dirked it up. And that's okay. Presently, I'm in the portion of the show where I'm about to go get rehydrated anyway. Just take a break. As a dude with minor setbacks, I'm gonna call them, not disabilities. I got some things I gotta go take care of real quick. So I'm hoping you'll allow me to do that. Spaceship, spaceship, spaceship. Oh yeah, real quick. We gotta draw in some controls and shit. We gotta imply some shit's going on up in here. We gotta. So we got this console that comes down. We got this going on. I don't even know what it does, but it's there. Here we go, folks. Alright, let's zoom out. That's our spaceship for now. And in a bright pink, I'm just going to leave this here rather than throw up a be right back screen. I'll throw that up so that people can come by and look at this spaceship. Be right back. What a douchey thing to say to somebody who owns a computer. You don't get to save this file here. Screw you, dude. A world-class Tetris champ. Let's go check that out real quick. What's he got going on? I love the art style. Isn't this like fifth wall breaking? We're gonna watch a show while on my show. It's a fun art style. What game you got going on?
Creepy twins or regular twins?
Please, no creepy twins.
Creepy twins it is!
Rude. I've been very disappointed.
You all have Japanese voice track selected, so what do you care?
Yeah, the twins that don't sass each other are actually friendly with one another.
Crimes, alright. Puyo Puyo Tetris. Let's Google that.
What the?
Alright, now we're off onto something else. Puyo Pop Fever. It's a cute style. Here we are, we're making a spaceship tonight. Getting it done. You know what, Kevin McLeod? I'm gonna let that track play one more time because it was good. I liked it. Yeah. Alright. Here we are, folks. We're back. And we said we would be right back, and so we are. I'm gonna do something, because as I understand it, we don't have brightness and contrast controls in this thing. In fact, I'm gonna make some... I'm gonna see how I can mess around with this. I need to go back to a bigger, better brush. On this third layer, I want to paint in this color, but I want to do it with this brush, I think. And let's see if I can't set this to something. Burn. Burn is good. That feels almost like overlay or color. Or just like screen. Darken, lighten, subtract, and add. Add is even more like screen. So let's do divide. Or burn, rather. We want to do very saturated. See the way that it mixes with that blue? That's fun too. But basically I want to come in here with a big brush and get all of this. I'll be fast and loose, and then I'll take my highlights out in just a second. I'll have to come in here and... I'm just killing time though. Did you murder him? Well, I had motive. Time is the enemy of all men, is he not? So yes, I was killing time. I think it's just going to be exactly like I said. Much easier to come in here and take the highlights out after the fact. Now the other thing that just happened to me that I enjoy, first of all, this is soft. Soft. Need to make it smaller. Yeah, I like the idea of this down here glowing like there's a door open. So now I'm just gonna, merge down. That did all right. And I'm gonna grab some colors. And just start painting them in. I guess I could zoom in some, huh? That means I'm allowed to use a smaller brush too. So this is the idea of me going in and cleaning it up. No, there's not a quick way that I've seen to do color blending, which is a bummer. I want to imply some atmospheres coming out of here. Oh, that's where I should get my weird blendy brush, isn't it? Ooh, we're cooking those pixels. They're not liking it. And I guess we could come in here and imply some sort of interior. Get a little bit of a light blend going on some. It's not very wide though. This hallway is quite truncated. It's very thin. The viewing area on the side. Because the main area here is the tanks. Whatever storage this is. So I bet the sleeping quarters is down in here somewhere. No viewers. And that's alright. It happens sometimes. We drew a cool little spaceship tonight. I'm going to select this whole thing. And try and keep it proportional. And in doing that rule of thirds thing, we're going to put it right here. Already we're implying some kind of perspective. If we go with it and treat it as lightly isometric, where do we end up? Let's do a new layer up underneath this. And do a big sketch. Something important here. This perspective line is kind of going this way. Big blobby sketch. It's alright. It just feels wrong. It feels wrong because it is not right. I'd have some canisters here, some kind of crates or something. That might be neat. Yeah, I like the idea of maybe this is on the bank of a cliffside or something. And so this is actually all water. And so let me get this right here real quick. See, these things are all sunken in here. got some derpy creature down here. And some old stairway or something. Yeah, like the base got flooded on accident or something. So this is all underwater. You know, that's one way you could do it. There's nothing wrong with that. Another thing you might do. Oh, that's the laser pointer. Not happy. Got a little turned around by it. Other thing you might do. Come around here. Take this whole thing. Put it here. And if I put it about here... I might do this. Because what this does, selfishly, is it affords me the opportunity to draw another spaceship. So yeah, if they're docked like this, I got a bigger ship here. We're just going to give it a shape of sorts. Maybe we come down here and we cut the engines. So what shape is this thing in? Some kind of derelict, some kind of wreck. I want to give it a cool shape, so immediately I'm going to loft this sort of idea into it. That's 1,001% cooler. In fact, we can just do this too. There we go. Now I do want to keep the separation of these two ideas because I want to put panels here, so when in doubt, add panels. I love this track. Now this guy is gonna need some engines for sure. If I divide this space, if I were making a 3D model, to be a big module, like a huge life support module. Forgot we decided to make this cylindrical-ish. I like the idea of a semi-ablative heat shield, like it's able to do some re-entry shit. I'm not sure what this middle thing is gonna be. I do want some pods on it, so right here I'd put a little pod. No, I like the idea of being able to see down in here, and maybe this is a bit of a tourist pleasure yacht. So if I come down here with the same thing, but maybe we just make this all trees. That'd be cool, right? I like that idea. And if that's the case, I only want to tuck in this one module, not this one. So if that's a garden, I can give this some panels too. A man is never lonely if he is able to sit on his ass and draw spaceships. That's what my grandpappy always said. My grandpappy never said anything of the sort. See, that's some more bullshit you'll get around here, folks. Your grandpappy was a son of a bitch. Well, hey, now that's harsh language. My grandpappy never did nothing to no one. Beeps and boops and modules and parts, and that's how you spaceship, folks. We still on a loop with this song, though? No, we're not. It shows Omnisilent is on Twitch. I'm just checking my mirrors one more time. Time. How does it even work, man? So if people are that small, maybe we want to have a couple pals out here palling around. Psh, 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 psh. We can show some little jets coming off. And maybe this whole thing here is derelict. We'll go with a similar color scheme. We'll do it up underneath here, though. gonna paint this whole thing in shadow on purpose. So I'm gonna find its darkest shadow color. Omniscient has just joined the table. Ding ding. I don't even know what layer I'm on. Let's go to File, Save.
Hey, what's up?
Hey man, you got some voice. Thanks for being here. Can you hear me okay?
I think I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you.
You
Let me
sound...
close my door.
I was gonna say, you sound
Actually-
like a little broken up, or that there is a fan nearby with a piece of tape strapped to it, or
Is that what I sound like, or what you sound like?
no, it's kind of what you sound like. Like, you ever stick a playing card in a bike spokes? It's just the whole time. But,
Well, Droppile's up to whatever you just did.
okay, we'll rock on.
Yeah.
So we got some
Yeah,
good
yeah,
sound.
is that better?
Let me turn this music down. I don't know why everything is so crunchy, but it's all right. Let me tone the music down. Yeah, it actually sounds like you have a short in your mic. Like if you're
Really, I'm not moving. Actually, mine's always dismounted.
you have a have you crushed the cord somewhere?
No? Let me
Okay.
check it.
Give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
When I get to stream again, it's like loud enough.
Greetings!
Hey guys, I just
Hello,
needed
person.
to drop in here and use your beautiful ability to make mouth sounds to give me a mic check, and you already have, so thank you.
You are welcome. What's shaking, my dude?
Well, right now, because I don't know how to time or do
Hey.
humans' creations of
Wobbles.
time zone. Yeah, so what's going on? Over in the wobbly thing, he doesn't sound bad. Hi, Tim.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I don't...
No, now you do. So do you guys hear, it sounds like a playing card in bike spokes when he talks? No.
Yes, I heard this weird
Yeah,
sound.
that
Yeah.
going on.
Really? Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you? Whoa.
Otherwise, we're trying to do an
Yeah.
art. Otherwise, we're trying to do an art stream, and in the absence of Tim, because I'm an idiot and don't know how to do humanity's version of time zones, I've just been drawing. I've just been drawing spaceships, which is one of the worst punishments you can do while you wait for a friend. Like, oh shucks, I'll just draw spaceships.
Oh no, I hate drawing spaceships. Nobody likes those. You will lose subscriber. No.
Yeah.
All right. Are you live like now or?
Yeah. Why not? I
Oh,
am.
so we're live.
Yes, and
Okay.
I should probably tell you those kind of things.
That's definitely
around the
something I
internet.
want to know. Yeah.
Hello, guys. Hello, Shin. I don't think I've ever spoken to you before. Yeah, don't tell me where the
This-
bodies are hidden right now.
This is Steel Shin, the Croatian sensation, and he is my dude.
Rock on.
Oh, that's the laugh I needed.
It's all right. You're still getting your streamy stram legs.
Well, I'm enough of a derp that I hope that at the very least I can make you laugh. So that's my low bar. My favorite movie of all time is Who Framed Roger Rabbit. So
We were just actually talking about aspirations of being a comedian.
fucking A, dude. That's awesome.
So I'm glad your bar is low.
Drugs. I do endorse drugs, particularly stimulants of some kind. Get your mind flowing, kids.
You know?
And then
Yeah, can you sing us a song? I'm not kidding. That would help.
Okay, happy birthday to... I don't know, I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, no, it's still doing the thing.
it is quite awful. I'm sorry, friend.
It's very much, yeah, it's kind of in line with my week to have this happen. Alright.
Aw.
No,
That's
it's
Now,
all
good.
this
right.
might suck to say, but have you thought of turning it off and on again? Or unplugging the USB of the microphone?
Yeah, it sounds like inline, like maybe cable interference.
Yeah, I told him it kind of sounds like, if he'd rolled over it and crushed the cord, little bend.
Oh my god, I fucking like it.
Static noise through my mic. Do those color schemes work for you?
Oh, that is even better than what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not messing around with gradients because I feel like at 18 pixels by 18 pixels, that's probably not going to show super great.
Oh,
So,
that's
like,
just perfect.
but yeah, I wanted to make sure that they evolved suitably for you. Oh, I was like stretch out the hand a little bit in that last one to like. I want to really sell the idea that it's like moving super fast for you. So let me do just a little more to it. But yeah, I'm trying to keep this cheap for you, basically.
You don't have to keep it cheap, huh?
Are you drawing some awesome art tonight?
Huh?
Are you drawing some awesome art tonight?
I'm gonna do a little bit of like Blender tutorialing and like teaching myself more about the 3D landscape because I Wobbles am always finding a new thing to like work on.
Rock on.
And after that, well, before that, I wanted to go ahead and like prototype a couple of things at our buddy Shin because he finally did the thing and is doing the Twitch affiliate now.
Tell me all about
Took me way
this.
too long.
What does it do? How does it work?
Affiliate is the stage where you can like start accepting bits and like interacting with your audience on like a monetary level.
Cool.
And Shin has one of the most lovely and dedicated audiences that I'm definitely buttering up right now.
Yeah.
And we have been telling him, since I am also a part of that he needs to do this for like the longest time. We would
Sweet.
love to see him be successful.
Yeah.
And so he's done it.
That's
And now
what
I'm
we
doing
want.
art at him.
I've been threatened to actually get a sub today. No joke.
So what can we do for you, Shim? How can we get your voice out there? What would be the best way to promote you?
Shin's bigger than both of us,
Yeah, right?
honestly.
Where are you
Shin,
out over on other than Twitch? Because like Wobbly brought up today, he's like, damn, y'all got a Facebook, don't you? I mean, is there other love that you need out there in the universe?
I was actually just teasing you guys, like, man, go argue politics.
No,
on
I get it.
Facebook.
Yeah, and that stuff is like, wow, this is important, but not politics, but it also is.
Yeah.
Thank
There
you.
we go. There's the platinum now.
Dun, 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 dun.
Might
Wow.
actually, I
Alright.
might actually give that
Oh,
to
damn.
the gold also.
That
To
is
help.
no.
Nah.
Okay, now I gotta resize my face.
Yeah.
I should be able to do that just
Oh,
with
here it
paint,
is.
right?
Dragons and dogma.
Shin, please don't hurt me like that.
Draw pile maybe then?
I mean, do you not have like Krita or Gimp or? I mean,
You're saying some really fancy words there, Wobbs.
hang on. Let me find a good photo editor for you. Cause, yeah, photo manipulation software. Cause I would like you. Is Gimp still like the gold standard for photo editors?
For free? Ish,
Yeah.
yeah. Gimp's not too bad.
The UI on that sucks so bad though.
It does.
You know what? Actually, Shin, I'm gonna make a recommendation that you check out Krita. It's a program that is more for drawing than it is for photo manipulation, but it should have better scaling tools. You can find it in your Post Your Creations channel over on your Discord.
Gentlemen, I want to bid you adieu, but thank you for helping me with those audio problems, because sometimes you have to prove that you're not the crazy one, so I'm glad that you were hearing it too.
If you continue having problems, please reach out and I would love to help.
Thanks. Be well, guys. Alright, we're back over here. We're back just doing the thing where we make spaceships until Tim comes back. It's okay, because we don't even have any viewers. That is never... Anytime I say that, it's never a complaint. I mean, first of all, it can be factual at times, but more importantly, it's just to say... Sometimes it can be more fun to get up to some stuff when no one's around. What are we doing? What layer are we on? Okay, I think I've got everything. And I hate that clicky sound. It's really grinding my gears. Let's do a quick underpaint of all of this. We're doing it in draw pile because that's what we want. Because Timm might be here sometime. The opacity seems to be full. It doesn't seem to have a color jitter on it, but it is pushing these pixels around in an odd way for this zoom level, so. And now, oh, we weren't dark enough. So that was the middle. So yeah, let's just come in here and hit these places up for sure. Back up in here, down in here. This is all being lit just a little differently, whatever this light source is. So this whole thing is just a little more in shadow. So yeah, and then let's grab the middle color here. I don't know what the hell a platinum mega something user is. Does that make me ignorant? Probably. See, I'm implying that the lighting scheme for both of these things is just a little different. In fact, I'm going to imply that even though this thing has lights, they're shut down. So let's bring this in with a bit of a swoop too then. And this is good because, you know, it gets this going on. I can grab some of these highlights here. If I break the line up, that can be fun too. Maybe they got a dented canister. Just break up this line too. It's all. In fact, let's just go in here and carve this bad boy out. That whole thing is just all ate up. Well, there's your problem. Rended metal. That's never fun. Rent. In fact, let's show some of this here. Let's merge these down. Merge down. Merge down. Whoa. No. That needs to go away. charge down. There we go. That's not too bad. Okay. So now we're just going to paint right over the top of this. By suggesting highlights at odd angles. Whoa, the brush is too big. You know, make it much smaller. Because we're zoomed way out. Yeah, that's true. How could I be so clueless? Because mostly I'm just farting around. Tonight, I'm out here trying to say I existed at all. So, that's right about where my life is at. I know I'm gonna not be here sometime. And I want to record my existence, if nothing else, but for some posterity. See, I don't actually want to imply that any of the lights are on in here. Hey, man, I can hear you loud and clear. Sorry that all that bullshit happened.
I think this morning when I was working on my computer through a TeamViewer, I did something to it. I don't know.
Okay.
Let me get everything back open again. I'll bet you it was Drawpile.
Oh, you're saying that having Drawpile open, transmitting every little brush stroke might have created interference with your voice transmission?
Right, because there were so many.
Yeah, okay.
Like, it was downloading everything you had done before, and then we were talking while it was
rolling. Oh, see, I didn't realize that it does that.
Yeah, it might have been like, no thank you, and then decided to go crazy.
Have you used Drawpile quite a bit then?
Yeah, I use it now with my kid.
Rock on. Yeah,
it's pretty fun.
I don't. So tonight, while you were not here because I'm a derp, that was actually quite good because I was figuring out the interface. I used it. I did a quick training wheel session with Pepper. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of speaking with her.
Yeah, I'm trying to challenge her for the next Wobblies.
That's awesome. And then I was on. The show like the next day or the. Yeah, 2 days after that, and it's like, well, then that happened, and I haven't had to use it since. But this was an excellent idea, so. So, can you save these as pictures? What, export?
Yeah, you can save them. It looks like you...
I can save it as a PNG.
Scribbled over the whole background rather than just doing a paintbrush.
Yeah, I was trying to use the bucket and it just wouldn't go. I don't know. In being a little ignorant, chips. But if there's a better way to do that, yeah, that's fine.
It's crazy to have to watch the whole thing happen.
Are you watching it quick?
Yeah, it's forcing me to.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised it didn't just load the whole thing and say done, but it's giving me the whole history. That's a feature that they offer that I kind of wish they could like say no thank you. Like no thank you. I'd like to see the finished product. Just throw me in. Just let me get in there and let's.
Would it be more fortuitous if I just nuked and started a new room?
No, you can just make it bigger, man. Oh wait, that's right. You just told me a second ago you're not Drawpile proficient. Go to edit and then go to expand canvas, and you could just make it bigger.
Oh no, I don't care about my art. I'm saying that if we went to a fresh room, would it not show you all the history of the bullshit that I've been scribbling while I was waiting?
Oh no, it wouldn't. Yeah, it would be fresh. But you can just clear. I mean, you could save it and then clear it if you want.
Yeah, I've already saved it. I only want these back 2 layers, but I'm not sure if it will. Here, can I nuke?
Yeah, you gotta go to your layers and just let me see what the back 2 layers.
Delete.
Background.
Delete.
Yeah, those 2. That was it.
Yep, that's all I want. I got these guides so we can have a half-assed rule of thirds conversation, and otherwise, it is what it is. So, So you're
Can't draw.
because I nuked those. You were not. Yeah, you don't have to watch that anymore. Now you're in sync with me. Rock on. Looks like it.
Yeah.
Well, how you been?
Man, good. It's been a busy thing.
Yeah.
Here, let's see.
Are
Hey, every time the guy makes the crackling sound. I didn't notice that before. It has been a rough week. And only getting rougher. But, you know, so far so good. Now I'm sitting here, I'm wishing I had got myself a drink.
Well, this is an excellent time. We proof of concept. You're actually here. Let me go to an actual break. Take 5 minutes. I'll refill my coffee and whatnot, and then we'll dive into it. Okay?
All right.
See you soon.
All right. See you in a few minutes. I'm back.
And we're back. I'm back anyway. Is Tim out there in
am.
the darkness? Rock on. Let me turn him up just a little and me down just a little. I'm checking the mix. I can turn the music up just a little. We have hydrated. I have a whole screen dedicated to be right back hydration because it's super important. And Tim, that picture that I linked in the chat there is my Twitch overlay, because it's not really, it doesn't make a lot of sense for you to try and watch the show while you're on the show, but yeah, just kind of over the top of what we draw, this is what other people are seeing. Got a place for the name of the episode. A really long poem that I like is just kind of going by in a marquee, and then the name of whatever song is playing. It's a real bummer that I haven't figured out for you to hear the music, but think Perturbator or Bass Nectar, just synthy fun, almost like the Blade Runner soundtrack. So
I've never twitched before.
well, thank you for being here and consenting to this. I like to say that every episode is rated B for bullshit. That means we're allowed to say whatever the heck we want because this is our place. We're not going to be too lewd, though I do use the F and S word casually. But otherwise, this is the space. We're just hanging out, being two art nerds tonight, and that warms my heart 1,000,000%. So, my low bar is that we happened, so I don't even care that we don't have any viewers right now. I like to say that my hope is that we are a signal that's going to get caught in the guts of a satellite and maybe be discovered 300 years from now, and who knows what the crap we were up to tonight. So
what you're saying is we could technically get drunk and just draw dicks all night, and then be like, "We're legit artists." And you're like, "Dude,
okay,
I don't know."
yeah, let me speak on that. My art teacher in expensive college told me that art is the shape of one thing with the skin of another. So if you make a banana with a zebra skin, cool. It really just means remixing ideas. So what Tim is saying is that predominantly our theme would be the shape of a dick, but it could be spaceships or weird dolphins, or yeah, it's like, hey guys, take this dick shape and make it into something with purpose, and it could just end up being a golden dick. But
What's the canvas size right now? Is the canvas size
in 1900 by 1600? I think it's because I wanted to do 16 by 9 in case we want to do something sweeping with half-assed perspective.
right.
Have you, so at one artist to another, have you checked out Matt Rhodes' work and what he's doing with the Tellurian?
Matt Rhodes, you said?
Yeah.
What was it? How do you spell his last name?
I think it's R-O-R-H. Matt.
Oh, wow. This is
Rhodes.
awesome.
So he's done some great concept art for Mass Effect, but
Okay.
then he started doing this thing where he's just going to draw. He had been numbering them. Yeah, let me go to the latest. So 169 is the latest Tellurian. I'm showing the viewers at home playing the home game.
Tellurian. That's what he did. Thank you. Oh,
And
I
well,
was
he's
like, this is so
still
familiar. What
doing
is
it,
this?
and I love it because it's composition, it's perspective, it's value, it's line, but it's also storytelling, and it's no words. It's just figure out what this means to you. Viewer.
There's a robot. Okay, if I had seen the robot, I would recognize it immediately.
Yeah.
I love that. All right.
So
Yeah. This is I'm familiar with the work. It's super cool. I did gain a couple steps off of reading like some of the stuff that he's done. I guess I don't know if you want to say watching or reading because there's no words.
Oh yeah,
There's
yeah.
no
Just
words.
studying this, like you got to do when you're up one night, just drowning in a pin board that you've made for a project that might never see the light of day. He says from experience. So yeah. And then to be totally self-serving, you got to see the thing I did with the chick kneeling.
The one in Discord you put up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay, let me show that to the viewers. This is what we did last night on the
That's
stream.
the conversation we were having.
Yeah.
About line work. You were asking me about line work. What'd you say? You said.
Yeah, what did I say? I
It was a question you had, and we were going to talk about that tonight.
Well, overall, I can tell you what was on my mind. So I'm getting better at, and let me plug another artist. Half of my show, even when no one is around, is me talking about artists I like. So years ago, I came across the art of Martin Abel. Let me drop this in the Discord for you. So if you want to play the home game, some things I got to share with Tim. All right. And I really liked the way that he did eyes. And I stared at Martin's art long enough to realize not only was I not doing eyes well, but I had my facial proportions completely wrong. And so now, in a very mathematical measuring fashion, fast and loose, but I still put the markers down. I'm much better at putting a face on the slope of a skull in the right spot. Kind of like in ZBrush, if you just had a face stamp, it's like, all right, Billy, you got one chance to pin this face on the head. Where do you put it? Well, the things I was drawing weren't bad, but the proportion was wrong. And when I learned the new math, only really from studying Martin Abel, even though he didn't come out with a tutorial, I'm like, crap, I've been doing shit wrong the whole time. Look at this beautiful work.
Well, there's always been this whole thing. I deal with it with my daughter all the time too, especially when it comes to faces. I mean, she's 8, so a lot of it is still just. It's a great time to teach her stuff. I deal with it all the time as I try and show her that it's okay to do a messy base line,
For sure.
Hey, just be messy. Do something that isn't going to be what you want in the end, and then make it what you want in the end. Take all the time to do it.
I guess that it helps that I tend to draw things 4 or 5 times in Photoshop. It's like, hey, let's do a fast and loose sketch.
Yeah, that's the best one. I love fast. I'm a fast and loose kind of like artist. I really believe in fast and loose. And then I'll take what I've done, and I'll layer over it. Like I'll use it as a base that's consistently my base. I can come back to it later. If I decide to change everything, I can rip the skin off of it and then just come back to the skeleton and start over.
Yeah, see, the other nice thing about having that math, which I can talk about for the viewers at home just a little bit, which I think that I need to bore you with it. But the nice thing about having it is what I've just done is, even though I wasn't using it, it's allowed me to eyeball it better. It's allowed me to just, if you walked up, imagine. See, part of what I love about digital art is that you can control Z. You can undo yourself out of a terrible artistic tailspin. What if you couldn't? And that's another nice thing about Draw Pile is it forces you to be fast and loose. All right, let's come in here and work some ideas. So, in doing this, what if you had to have the confidence? You were up in front of people and it was like, I have to make a perfect circle the first time. Well, you don't. But someday you want to have that confidence. What I was thinking of as a sub-discipline today, just going through Instagram and looking at people's arts. Comic book artists have their really nice comic book art. But you ever look at how fast and loose they are when they're drawing one of their characters in the margins of a what the hell do you call that thing? Autograph. Yeah.
I told you before my history. Comic book artists, like, they are my life. Like, they've been my friends for a long time. I know a lot of them. I grew up with them. Like, it's what we did when we were kids, and yeah, a lot of it was, refining the sketch, learning how to do it so that it looked like something. Like it wouldn't have to be the thing. It had to look like something by the time you were done. And then you could just take that sketch and you could leave that sketch, or you could take the sketch with you. You can kind of throw out an idea of what you wanted and then just be done with it if you felt like that,
because they also were coming. Now, do you think that they picked that up from the idea of eternally being in production? It's like, you know what? It could be my last breath, but I need to get the idea out just real quick, and then it happened, and it was recorded, and it was good enough because we also talk about that in code and in marketing. Done beats perfect. It's like, hey man, let me just scribble this down real quick, and maybe it can be something later.
It's more impatience.
Okay.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on this if it's not good. I got more to do, and then I'll just go on to the next one.
Well, that's fascinating. So it's really about also being able to build the skill of seeing a diamond in the rough quickly. Is this even going to be anything?
It follows kind of what you said there. It is the rush. You do want to do it quick, but it's not so much that we're worried about, I'll never get this idea out, as much as you're worried about, I don't want to waste my time on something that's not going to be good.
Okay.
I'm doing it. Like, I don't want to waste a lot of breath on it, and I'll just leave it behind and I'm done.
But then does that force you to really master the basics, to say, okay, well, now I can half-ass a gesture when you figure out what the hell a gesture is, and I can mark in some bullshit perspective, and just like really focus on, because what I've done this past year to crow about my own art growing at all, which normally I wasn't the kind of guy that even would look back at his own shit and question if I'd grown. But this, now I'm able to do roughs, and really that's just like, for me, my two targets are a basic composition and a value. And then like finding the gradient map in Photoshop to just throw a quick color over the top. And just like you're saying, I might be able to just doodle for an hour and come up with one of those. And that's not. Some of these digital paintings that I'm working on, these are taking me hours and hours and hours. Because I want them to be good. You know, I've even said that these past two things I've been working on, I want to sell a print. I've never sold a print before. Have you sold prints of anything before?
Not particularly. I mean, I do art, and they don't make it into posters or anything, but it goes into books, and it's
for
done.
Commercial commissions and stuff.
Commissions, and yeah, I mean, there's like, I've done artwork for like gaming books.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know Mike or Gremlin Legions. Like, I work for him, and he's already published some stuff, like small time, but he's done it. He's published it.
Yeah, I've done
a couple more
commissions before, but not so much illustration. It's mostly been those planets I was doing for a time.
But just thinking out loud,
yeah,
what
please.
You're saying, not really. You don't really set out to do it, and then eventually you're just like really good at it, or you're really good at it and you're doing it. You do it, and you do it all the time, and then eventually you're good at it because you do it all the time. You're not naturally good at it. It's something that, like, I love doing wobblies. I love working with wobbly because it's kind of a thing that he believes in, that he really wants to push too, is that like, artists want people to understand that, like, our skill is not magic.
Yeah.
Customers, clients, people that don't just see us do it, they don't quite understand that we're not just like magically talented. Nobody is magically talented.
You're either weirdly. Most artists are either weirdly overappreciated or sadly underappreciated, and it's like, look, dude, it is.
The trick is that we all work hard. Like, you got to work really hard. You got to spend that time drawing. If you can't spend the time drawing, that's why you're not as good as you want to be.
Truth.
And if you can accept that, then you can kind of move on with it. You either have to invest the time or you can't invest the time, and that's it. And so all these little doodles and sketches that I can do, or that I do with my kid, or that I do just by myself, they're all a product of doodling and sketching because I had the time, and then practicing something over and over again.
Okay, so now I'm a guy that is naturally existential, and I'm also the guy who lately has needed extra, if nothing else, beer money. Just call it that. But other than commissions, what do you think about artists? I have two big topics that I want to get your ear on. One is, monetizing their art into things like greeting cards and whatnot. Is that the artist who has sold out? And then the other thing is the leaning into fan art as new fandoms come on board, because I've been a dude who has not really, like, I have one Batman's my favorite character of all time in anything, and you'd think that if anything I would have drawn 9 million Batmans in my life, and I have not, because I'm the guy who took 2 different levels of copyright law in multimedia college. So, I don't know, just some weird existential stuff has kept me away from that. How do you feel about either of those things?
If you look at fan art, it's pretty interesting. I didn't really understand how fan art worked for a long time. And even now, I'm still just trying to get into fan art. Like, I wasn't into it before. But it's pretty open. Drawing characters of someone else or some other company's characters kind of helps get that character out there. If you have fans that like your art, or you have people that look at your stuff and don't look at their stuff, and drawing it gets their attention. It also helps you too, because fans come to you, and you and your fans go to them, and it's like an exchange of people, an exchange of interaction.
I dig everything that you're putting down. I can definitely see it through that lens. I guess there are some people that don't, but as an artist, I need to learn too. So, yeah, that
was okay. I don't know if you remember this or not. I'm going to say this because I know it's like people are going to be like, "What the," But remember our conversations where we were like, kind of laughing and joking about, oh, we're telling like me and Eric and a couple of others were talking about, hey, you should just draw porn, man. Like that's the best way to make money.
Yeah, and if you don't feel like saying this person's name specifically, I did want to kind of tongue-in-cheek bring this up because it fascinates the shit out of me. So, but yes, please continue with what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
You and I both know one of our art friends kind of fell off the map. He didn't like Discord, but otherwise he was sad to go because he loved us. But he has recently gone to doing lewds and like pornographic art, and he is rife with commissions. Like he was talking about the other night. He was like, "Yeah, I make a lot. Not a lot, like I'm not rich, but I make enough that it's a good chunk of my supplemental income is coming from." And
it feels validating though, because I've always said that as a weird fey creature, my deal is, I feed off of glamour, and I'm a little bit of a whore in that if I draw something and someone comes along and says, "Hey man, that's cool," because most people don't. This is not me being self-deprecating. I just haven't built an audience quite. It's weird what people are into that I draw, and what they're not into. So when someone does finally say something, I kind of pay attention, and it's like, okay, maybe I'll draw more of that because maybe I'll get more of that serotonin bump from people liking me. Well,
that's a kind of finding your niche,
Yeah.
I mean, if you find out what people like about what you do, the odds are there are more people that like what you do in that way. I haven't found my niche. No one notices me. Like people talk about other artists, especially talk about they like my art or whatever, but no one notices my stuff. No one knows I'm out there.
Now, do you care about that?
Huh?
Do you care about that?
Of course, we should all, as artists, and this again is a conversation we've had over Wobblies. We should all care about that. It's something that is in the core of artists in general. We are doing this for the sake of showing off our artwork. To not care if people see your artwork is it's why would you do it? It's counterproductive to the art itself.
And if I may say one thing that is just a technical glitch, could you draw in a slightly darker color?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, because I'm seeing that.
Change this color, I think.
I'm seeing the contrast
sure
of it.
I can, but I can definitely.
They have a thing called a paint over brush. But yeah, definitely.
And then.
So then, Tim, part of what I deal with some of my daytime clients, and I want to work this into the couch. The other thing is thank you for being here. I haven't properly thanked you. This is you're kind of the prototype of what I am projecting out for my life, and that is having a weird guest couch where I can have artist acquaintances and pick their brains on things like this. So, in doing that, what's Tim's vision board then of where you would love to take your art if the universe would just align itself? What if you did have a following?
I definitely have finally gotten to a point where I want to actually start
do some self-promotion,
getting known, and like getting jobs that aren't just like this guy heard about me and I got a little tiny job. Jeez, I don't think I can change the color actually. No, I thought I could change.
Hey, it's all right. Don't get hung up on it. Yeah. In fact, if you want to just,
I want to get into it now. I didn't really want to before, but after spending about a year or even more than a year not doing commissions, I want to get back into commissions. I want to get back into doing stuff, even so much as I want to finally do the work and the stories I was talking about doing before when I stopped doing all this stuff.
Oh, tell me all about that. Just assume that I didn't ever hear about it.
Well, I have a few ideas. I used to write a lot. I did more writing than I did drawing for a while. I even worked in the game industry doing story as opposed to doing art,
Okay.
and I loved it. It was great. Um, I feel like I'm a writer at heart. I wrote
Really? That's
probably
wonderful.
a 700-page book. I handed it to my wife. She never touched it, and
No,
after
that's
about
awful.
after about 2 or 3 years, I stopped writing entirely.
Hmm.
I never got feedback. I never got anyone involved or never anyone interested in reading my stuff. I asked friends like that I trusted with that kind of thing, and they wouldn't do it. Um, and finally, a friend of mine who was a publisher, she was like, it's just too dense. This is what you've written is Tolkien's first rejection." And I was like, "Oh man, that's rough." Like, there's so much story in there. I'm like, thought I did a great job. Now I realized that my own personal ambitions to do story was too much. So I kind of just like backed away, and I really wish I hadn't. I wish I had pushed forward, but also in backing away, I kind of swore to myself that I was going to start focusing on art, focusing back on my art again. So that's when I told you the story. I abandoned pen and paper until
Okay.
I was able to work with Wacom. I was like, I'm going to use a Wacom tablet for a month and no more pen and paper. And I got better and better really slowly. I hated my work at first. I still to this day I show it to some people, and I am just filled, just bursting and brimming with shame at like showing these things, which is I guess natural, but um, it almost motivates me to never to like do even better. So when people see it, it's almost like a joke. I want people to look at that stuff and go, "That's not the same guy."
Yeah,
But
that
yeah, like
that draw it again meme, or the idea of you know, looking back at your own crap, is super powerful.
it's so crucial. I think every artist, if artists right now, if they're listening and they haven't done it, they should do it.
I love this. This is the what would you tell the kids, today? It's like, oh well, most people just say, don't do drugs or stay in school. It's like, no.
Stay away from tequila.
It's funny. I downloaded Tequila tonight. Did you ever play City of Heroes?
Huh?
Did you ever play City of Heroes?
It sounds familiar. That was the one where you had City Hero, City of Villains, right? Two games in one.
Yes.
Yeah, I was working at EB Games when I played that game.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was working at a game store.
So there's an underground version of it keeping the candle alive because it
Yeah, 'cause
died
it's gone.
overnight. It was not hey kids, you got a year to get your shit together and make peace with the fact that this thing that you practically met your wife and best friend over is just dead. It's like, get the fuck
Yeah.
out. It's like being evicted from your way of life. And so they have a program called Tequila that emulates the whole thing, and they're struggling to add NPCs back to it. But I think it's fascinating that people would spend their life doing that. It's like, hey man,
Awesome.
we're gonna rebuild the Matrix underground.
That's so cool. I love stuff like that. Back in the elder days, I played Ragnarok online on a private server. I mean, they
Crap,
still exist.
yeah.
Private servers still exist. But I played on private server back when it wasn't really like super like common like it is now.
You know what I loved
And-
about Ragnarok Online was the music.
Oh, I love it. I still listen to the music.
I kept the MP3s even when I stopped playing the game. I kept the MP3s around because they were good.
It's my secret shame that I throw in the more on game every now and then.
That's
Not that
awesome.
it's hard. But yeah, no, I tell them they need, kids need to go back. They need to go back. They need to look at their art. They need to just really look at the stuff they hate. Hate it. Just hate it. It's important to hate it, and then redraw it. No matter how shameful Princess Happy Legs is or whatever, redraw it. Redraw it awesome.
So,
Like-
well, you're touching on one idea that I want to bridge for you because I read a wonderful book last year where this dude talks about how to write. And he basically says that writing is not about writing because it's not about writing a book. He says writing is an exercise of sprinting. He says, so he really has a hard-on for the genre known as pulp. And he says it's fascinating that pulp was ever birthed, and comics were very much the same way. Because they're very formulaic. He takes you back in the book. He says, look at who the target market was. It was people. Normally they were single. They had no social life, but they could ride the tram to work and take in this short 100-page story over a couple nights. It's what people would do on their break because TV wasn't a big thing yet.
Right.
Pulp novels. And he says, the thing about pulp novels is they're very formulaic. Very. Yeah. They're almost Mad Libs. And when I read this, and he says, so your work is about sprinting and rearranging the Mad Libs. This was right as I was having another weird spiritual awakening I want to talk to you about. But it dawned on me that the thing that you make, and you might call it paint by numbers, but the thing that you make that feels formulaic is better than the thing that you never made at all. Because you're like, well, that would be just too easy. It's like, well, learn the formulas, if nothing else by having some muscle memory.
Yeah, one of my favorites is Dan Harmon. And not so much because everything he does. I'm not like
shit. Tim, did you and I talk about this? I haven't shut up about his story embryo since I first discovered it. I think
we did talk about that, yeah.
Yeah. So have you studied his story embryo much?
The story circle, the hero circle.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Man, I love his. See, that's what I was gonna say. Is he is a story scientist?
Correct.
And, people understand. Like, he didn't just write the stories. He didn't just make good shows or good TV or good movies or whatever. Or he doesn't. He has turned it into a science.
Yeah. He's a motherfucking wizard. Let's just say it. I'm allowed to say it if you weren't going to, so it's all right. He is, yeah. And so, yeah, that whole thing, which is what I'm very interested in, is merging words and art. I have this piece of shit that I wrote last year called Cherry Suicide. It was going to be a thing I had a brain orgasm about. I was inspired. Sometimes your muse lies to you. Mm-hmm. So I was like, oh, it's going to be this thing. And so my low bar... So, I watched, you said that you kind of come from the game industry. One of the things that I like is the minimum viable product and setting the bar really low. And in doing that, I said, what is this thing? If I could turn it into a formula and reproduce it. And so I said it would be a portrait illustration, high quality, maybe take me 46 hours to do. And then it would be 1,000 words over a 4-page spread with another interior black and white illustration. Very boring to put it that way, but it would be my story. It would be like, all right, once a month I'd come out with another chapter or some shit, and then I would tell this tale. And I have a whole pinboard of wonderful, cool, punky kids. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Go or Doom Generation. Because it would kind of be that disaffected youth would be what the story would be about. Kids with too much time on their hands in gangs. Right. They're bored between college and high school. It's like, yeah, the job is working as a telemarketer, but, the life is that crap that we get up to at 3 a.m. Because, I don't know, man. But realizing that you can formalize something like that... I've been trying to work the story circle into everything, and I'm finding weird and cool applications for it. So
it's I wrote a lot, and I would spend hours writing, and I would steal time if I could from different things I was doing to try and write a little bit, and it all fell flat. No one liked anything until I tried a little experiment. I got my friend, one of my close friends. I love her. She's so awesome. She used to nanny for my daughter, and I started writing stories, and I would send them to her. Now, I found that if I gave her a chapter at a time, she would read the chapter, and then I could get feedback from her and find out what she thought. And then I would discuss things with her, like, where do you think it should go? What do you think of this character? Should this character be more involved? I was thinking about this for this character. What do you think of that? And she would give me instant feedback about what she thought, or what she felt, or what she wanted. And so then I started running the experiment. That's when the experiment really started. I would I would do things with the character, and then I'd come back to her and ask what she thought. You know, I'd do what she wanted and see how she felt about it. I'd do how she wanted and do it in a different way, and see how she felt about it. And I would just kind of take my own little notes, like, okay, well, this surprised her in a good way. This surprised her in a bad way. She didn't like this at all. Um, this character means a lot to her. And I'd try to kill it off and see what happens. And I did, and see how she was. And she would, she'd give me full on, feedback, real feedback.
So it's strange right now because I run a role-playing game every Friday night of a system that I'm building off of Fate Accelerated. And I'm baking the story circle into it some. And I mention this because last week, because we roleplay every other Friday, first of all, I'm seeing that my players are having trouble maintaining interest week to week because they don't really remember what happened, because the gap is just a little too wide, in my opinion. The other issue, though, most of us have gone to work, and at the end of the day, yeah, sure, it's a Friday, but, unless you're slamming Red Bulls or something, maintaining a high energy level. So we don't ever roleplay for more than 4 hours at a time, and I've adopted a very episodic approach. It's like, okay, I've been naming that damn thing kind of the Wheel of Pain. It also is great because it's the chaos symbol. Yeah. So it's this thing. But it's like, okay, tonight, and so have you ever role played? Sorry, I don't know. Have you played the game Microscope or Follow?
No.
Or the card game The Quiet Year?
No.
Okay. All of these fun games are not really role-playing games, or to borrow some terms that I love from Deep Space Nine because I'm a nerd, think of yourself, in these games, you're a fifth-dimensional story shaper. So you don't really have a character. You are just, by virtue of this talk soup of you and I playing ideas off of each other, and it really just comes down to massaging your improv muscle. Yeah. And so you're allowed to talk about these high-level concepts. So in the game that I'm working on, I'm just doing this stuff balls out. Like, how many role-playing games in the GM section say, this is call your sessions episodes, and every episode you want to have, 3 scenes in a major conflict, and a scene is the smallest thing, and really getting them thinking about Storycraft instead of just role-playing, because those other games like Microscope and Follow, that's all you're doing with friends around the table. You're storycrafting. I did an exercise like that here with Pepper last time she was on, and in 2 or 3 hours, because I did a top-down thing, Microscope has ads or bands, which I like to think of as little gems. And reductionism, which is kind of my new religion, is the thing where you take an idea, take a noun, and smack it in these 3, kind of Sonic the Hedgehog style. 3 other ideas are going to fall out when you smack this crystal. And so I've drawn all about that on my stream a few times. Hope you're following along, and I'm not just totally out there in the ether. Am I doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, this is great for kids. I use this on my wife when she's thinking of role-playing characters and they get stuck. It's like, well, think of a character you like. Okay. Darth Vader. Bam. Then you say, Darth Vader. What the hell is a Darth Vader? Assume you're talking to an alien that has no idea what you're talking about. Well, a Darth Vader, if you know the rest of my language, here are 3 things. He's imposing and black. I'd hyphenate that. He is he's commanding in stature, and he's a very powerful wizard. And I've just said all of those things without saying the word Star Wars.
Right.
And so the idea of breaking noun down into subcategories and adjectives, it's what I love about the Fate role-playing system. But the idea is then you can say, well, I'm trying to make a character for something. I just broke him down into these 3 chunks. I'm going to take the middle one. Let's take, he's a powerful wizard. Let's just roll with that one. Okay. Well, you can do this with themes. Microscope starts with the idea of ads and bands. I love the fact that they say, I like to think of genre as where are we going to eat when we're telling a story.
Mm-hmm.
Lately I have been favoring cyberpunk. I love the way that you draw this person in the middle here, with the ears. I love that style. You draw a lot of. I picture the ends of those ears are a little fuzzy, just a little. They're not quite fur off. That species is not quite full on furry, but just a fun little kinderfolk.
Right. Yeah, I have fun not drawing humans. It's my jam now. I don't know. Like the cyberpunk thing, as you were saying, like that was just a thing for me. I love cyberpunk so much.
So did you have an I'll be in my bunk moment when that 45-minute cyberpunk trailer thing came on? Did you watch that a couple months back?
The
one from CD Projekt Red.
Wait, what is it?
So you know the dudes who did The Witcher? They
Right.
did Cyberpunk 2077?
Who did?
Oh, dude, is this news to you?
This is news to me.
This is a beautiful thing that you have to... I will say, make sure your daughter's not around. It was weird because as I become more of a hippie, as I expand my mind out west where Lance is living, wink nudge, I was rethinking. I was like, wow, I had a massive heart on the whole time I was watching that. But how do I feel about guns? And how do you tell a cool story without guns? And have you thought about that at all when trying to tell stories for your daughter? Action? Like, what's your genre there? Does she like action or mystery or...
My daughter and I, we have full characters that we're working with.
OCs, if you will, right?
Yeah, I mean, she and I have created story, and it's really a matter of how to make it work. I have people that want to work with me on writing this stuff. They're really interested in it because it's something that a kid and a man created together. We sat and we came up with this. We hashed this world out. We created creatures to fit in this world, and there's just all these things that I want to click on that link so bad, but I'm not going to do it because we're tired.
I know it, man. I know it. Please enjoy that when you can.
But yeah, she and I have created stuff, a lot of things together, and that's kind of what I always wanted, even before I had a kid. It's like, oh man, if I have a kid, I want, and this is probably stems from my wife not being able to attach to this stuff I was writing at the time or any time.
Now, can I ask a specific, just a specification, because you are telling the story, we're getting to know you. Are you still on good terms with your wife?
Oh yeah, she's.
Oh, okay. I was like, is she?
She
said, "No, we should." Okay, that's wonderful. All right.
But yeah, she. I know. I make sure this is clear. I don't blame her. It was super dense. Like I said, my editor friend came and said, "This is what."
Please do click this link, though.
From Tolkien when he wrote his first stuff. It was just too dense for your day one.
Yeah, and the other thing, let me make some assumption about what you're telling me, just to have a back and forth, but a trope that a lot of youths do when they set out to write a thing is they write like every other word is a big fancy fantasy word. And it's like the Dothlorians on the 45th year killed the Elskemians and used the Hoopy Froods to wipe out all the younglings. It's like, what the fuck is... What are we talking about? It's like, oh, okay. You gotta lower them down into it gently.
It's pretty much like kind of the thing it was. Like, I didn't start with an action. I started with a location.
So it's funny because I didn't give a shit about drawing people ever. Because I got into my art around the same time that I wanted to start to make video games, and I wanted to be an environment artist. So I got good at half-assing perspective, and buildings and starships are mostly straight lines. People, fucking people, who gives a shit? But it dawned on me that people, I empathize with a face because we're primates, and if I had to boil us down, I'm wearing a Valerian t-shirt right now. So if I had to be a fifth dimensional beings and look at the primates that are people, I would say us apes have the one thing going on. We recognize patterns, for better or for worse. We see shit that isn't there sometimes, but we are pattern recognizers. And so what that does is, just like they're teaching the computers now, we want to see a face. And when you show me an art of an old cabin, unless I've been there or I really, like I grew up there, I'm not going to get it, man. What are you trying to express? Not as easily as show me a dude and he's got an expression and mostly two eyes and a skull, because I have those things. And I know it sounds weird and esoteric, but am I full of shit, Tim? I mean,
no.
People instantly connect with faces. Yeah.
You got me full undistracted by the Valerian speech at all. Like, whenever I hear Valerian now, I used to be like super like nostalgic, like, oh, Valerian, oh man. And now I'm always frustrated because of was it Luc Besson that did the movie?
Yeah.
But the place he started, I couldn't understand why he picked that of all the plots. I'm like, dude, no one knows who Loreline is. No one knows what Valerian's all about. Like, it's such a weird place to start.
Have you and I talked much about, because I was shorthanding it this way, and I've tried to get away from this phrase because people couldn't relate. But have you and I talked about Save the Cat?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
We talk about story.
Good.
We love story. We're story fans.
But I've realized that the Save the Cat has to... You don't want to bring it up, because when you bring it up I'm trying to turn all of this that we're talking about actually into a little bit of a lecture that I give to local kids on how to do story. So you can't reference one thing without giving a bunch of history. So really, I boil Save the Cat down into that same thing of drawing something with eyes. Is you need to make me empathize with you're about to drop me into a scene and describe it. It's rainy, and there's a thick pane of glass, and there's a green light coming in, and there's a lot of indoor plants, and there's a guy sitting there, and he has an expression of excitement on his face. Immediately, you have to do what I was shorthanding called Save the Cat, but you have to show me a character, and you want to show me them in their element. Normally, now, you can break that rule as you get...
by the way.
Hey, Moon. You can break that rule as you get experience, but the first thing you want to do if you want to write a vignette is show me a character having a good time, doing their thing. You know, they're in control. It's their day off, so they get to dictate the day on their terms. And this is in Dan Harmon's story embryo. This is the you, because you are this character I'm showing. Because if you have your TV on, and this is why I like to say that my show is built on infectious language. Thank you for consenting to letting me drip down into your ears tonight, because it's that same thing. If you have your TV on, you want to have an experience shoveled into your imagination. And so the only way that you get to know a character quickly is by me showing you them being competent, and you going, yeah, I've built a wooden table before. There's this dude I know, and he's from He's from the south. It's all overgrown and muggy down there, and he likes to use his hands to build things that may or may not have specific measurements, but he's pretty good at it. How you doing tonight, Moon?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing especially great because I have Timm, and he's in my stream drawing these weird little lizard pups. I love them. I don't know what they are. They don't need to be
They're coming out of my head.
Yeah. And I drew Frankenberry for some damn reason. Isn't it always fun to have a better artist than you on your stream? So, yeah.
Oh, man. I might have to go watch now.
Yeah, go do that. Yeah. Timm, thanks for being here tonight and picking up a lot of the weirdness that I'm throwing down.
I seriously am locked on that stupid Valerian thing. I love Valerian. Like, let me get that straight first. I know people are like, well, he's all over the map.
Yeah,
I love Valerian and I love Luc Besson, but I was super mad about.
Yeah, so I have a to keep it kind of on what we were talking about. I have a cruddy memory, but if I remember, after that awesome start of showing all the aliens meeting in the big space station,
Such a good start.
it was such a great start. It's like watching a sideshow, and it's like, wow, I'm being wowed by music and visuals, and it's like blah, and then it falls straight on its face.
Yeah, I was getting teary-eyed, like, oh, this is gonna be great. They're doing the story. Like, when I first read it, I literally had to, like, I was in French in high school, and I literally had to.
So you're a super fan. No offense to you, but I don't share your fandom. So please talk us through your joy.
Yeah, I had to work with my teacher to learn like what was happening in the book. Like she worked with me to get to it. Anyway, I loved it. And so I'm going through it, enjoying it, and the story was so crazy to me. Like it was a crazy story. And I was so excited that this was going to happen in movies. Like, dude, finally the U.S. audience are going to get to see this. They're going to hate it, but it's going to be awesome. And I still believe that it was well done. How about that? That's my cop out. It was well done. But no one knows why it was well done. No one understands. I mean, the French people out there.
I personally feel that the male lead had some problems that failed to carry the rest of the movie. Do you share a similar opinion?
I think he's a great actor. I don't think
really. Okay.
I don't think his problem was his acting or anything like that.
Was he misdirected? Okay.
We don't know. You don't understand like that. There's been years and years of like time between he and Laureline before he starts like going on this big. You've got to marry me. I'll do anything to marry you, kind of thing. You don't understand. Like he was a cool space playboy. Like it just seems like, oh, he's a cool space playboy. Why is he suddenly like?
Did you
marry? I don't understand this at all.
Did you watch Altered Carbon?
No, I've not. Okay. I actually have this on my queue.
I mention it because they get you used to the idea that there are these people who have lived what should have been multiple lifetimes in one. They're just ancient and young. And I read another fantastic sci-fi story over several books. I can't remember what it's called just now. But the idea, it was a common thing that you would go in for rejuvenation and you would stay young. And so it seemed to me, as someone who didn't understand it, that that's what they were trying to imply, that these kids had, several lifetimes of military experience crammed into their heads. And that would have been cool if in a Weird Enders game, all the other officers that they interacted with were also, nice looking kids from the CW who had the same shit going on. But am I way off base here, or is that kind of
It was the whole thing with him is that he's just extremely talented at his job.
So he's a savant when it comes to what it is that he does.
But he's also kind of dim about the evils of his government. As he goes along, he kind of starts to wake up to it. But he's dim about it for a long time. He just doesn't quite see that things aren't as good as he thinks they are. He's a loyal company man. Now, where the girl comes in, the important part of Laureline is she's not just your female protagonist. She's a she's a sounding board for you learning about the world. She's not from that time. She's not from that world. She's from the past. She actually came through time with him on one of his adventures.
They should have told you this early on.
Yes.
Okay.
It's an important part of her character that actually matters.
Because I could be down with Time Girl and Military Boy.
Right.
Military Boy would need to be. But his age bugs me. I'm sorry if that's unreconcilable, but it's like, okay, if you wanted to just strip the characters right out of what the hell are we gonna call that? That was like Fifth Element. It's like,
right.
Yeah. Time Girl and
use Lupuson's own weapons against him. He did a great job with that. Like, we didn't know anybody. Our proxies, we have multiple proxies because everything changes constantly. So you have all these people that are learning. Whenever something gets really familiar for one character, it's super unfamiliar for another character.
This is a theme he plays with a lot.
One of the greatest scenes, I think, for building or creating a audience as a proxy was having Ruby Rod in the fight scene. That was great, and no one understands, I think. I feel like no one understands when I talk to them about it. I'm like, dude, this was classic because whereas Corbin Dallas is now in his element of doing combat, whereas Lilu is in her element of doing combat, whereas all these things are happening, who's not? Oh, we got Ruby Rod, and Ruby Rod is commentating, which is so cool. Like, it's the best. He's trying to tell you what's happening from a person who has no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
I'm
glad that you were picking up what I was putting down, but yeah.
It's a great story tool. It's such a great story tool. It's that oh, well, he doesn't know.
For the role playing game that I'm writing about, I binged 4 seasons of Black Sails.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you haven't seen that, it dawned on me early on that oh, hey Tim, I haven't asked you. Give me a number between 1 and 21.
1 and 20. What was it?
21.
19 is always a good one.
19. Pyro Flow by Kevin MacLeod. This is the new vibe we're going with because that last song was kind of dumb.
What was it? Pyro what?
Pyro Flow.
Pyro Flow? Like...
Pyro Flow. It's
like pyro...
Yeah. Pyro Flow. Like a really slow lava just moving downhill.
Hey, can you give me a couple minutes?
Yeah, let's take a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
No problem.
All right, I'll be right back.
I'll be right back too. Hey guys, this is Into the Art by Incomitatum. We're talking about art. I'm getting to know my buddy Tim some more. We're talking about some kind of geeky current events and how he feels about certain topics. We're just geeking out together, making shitty art and talking about storytelling. I could not have asked for a better night. Into the Art episode 21, Lines, Proportions, Tim Henson. I'm going to take a bit of a break, but I want to talk to him about Young Justice. It's coming back, folks, real soon. It's not making sounds. I didn't know you were back. Glad to hear it.
Yep, here. I didn't want to start alerting out stuff. Well, there was no one here. But yeah, so all right. Yeah, did you want to still talk about the figure stuff we were talking about earlier? Like that was kind of like I was super interested in like discussing that with you, but I was in the middle of stuff at work. So I was like, oh man, like
yeah.
Like, oh.
So let me show people what I've been doing.
All right.
I'm gonna talk through my awfulness. Did I just hide all those layers for you? I don't know what I'm doing. I'm bumbling around through here. Let me just bumble my way to a nice bright color with a hard edge. That's not bad. A smaller brush. Draw a circle. Just straight on. Now we're going to divide that. And immediately we have
Is this a new layer?
two things.
Sure.
Yeah, this is on layer 2. Are you not able to see it?
No, I can. I just want to make sure. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure we're on a new.
Yeah, me too.
Taste over the stuff that we have.
Immediately I then see, here's the thing that I do, and I don't know if other people do this, and I happen to on my Wacom, because it's so damn old and the surface came off, I got a piece of thick, it's not quite cardboard, it's like craft cardboard paper. It cost me $2 at Joann's Fabrics, but I've clamped it to my Wacom tablet and it gives me a papery texture. Tell me if I'm full of shit, but if you're drawing, well, you don't really traditionally draw anymore, or have you taken up a sketchbook by the bed or something? Do you scribble?
I do draw with my daughter when
Okay.
she wants to do it.
I mention it because when I was young, I realized that there's such a thing as kind of hearing with your fingertips how long a line is. Am I full of shit? It's like, this is how long this line is, and I just can feel the texture and just, you know, it just
Yeah. Over time, and I tell my daughter this all the time, when I do a circle, and she's like, how do you do your circles so good? I'm like, my circles are not good. My circles are terrible. But over time, we get to a point where we know what it is.
Yeah.
I've often, let's see if this works. It's still the same thing. That gray, it's just hard to work with.
Sorry, I started all my shit on gray. So yeah, you want to be in a value above whatever the middle mark is.
Yeah, well, it seems like that's a more pleasing tone is the problem. Like, I mean, your tone, the tone you're using is pleasing. Mine are just all end up dark because I'm so used to drawing in those mid-dark tones.
Oh yeah, well then go go dark but super saturated. Yeah, let's do that. Here's a kind of dark purple. Ooh, that's pretty actually. I like it. Yeah, so over the top of that, and in fact I'll have two colors. Let me build up a half-ass little palette to do from. Yeah, so then one more of these lines down is where our jaw is going to be. And right now I'm setting out rules for building a quick and dirty skeleton or skull. Now, what Tim has been saying is absolutely right. Once I learned these rules, I then learned how to freestyle them quickly, and not good. I need to be the artist that actually does the sketchbook and have one of those crazy people journals where I've drawn 1,000 tiny faces on one piece of paper. You ever see those artists that they just have like 90 gesture drawings?
I am one of those artists.
You
sir.
are one. See, I need to learn to be that guy.
It's just a matter of like whether or not you like, you know. I mean, you see me draw faces all the time. I love faces. Faces it's the expressive part. It's the thing.
Yeah.
Once you figure out the rules, then you start to like just kind of practice the rules over and over again. I have pages in old sketchbooks I found in the garage before I met my wife, where like literally it's just stuff like it's just circles like these over and over again.
Okay.
Over and over again. And my daughter has them now, circles over and over again like that, because she wants to do what I do.
I went to a
And so
martial
she-
arts class with a friend, and he made it a point to make it known that even though he might be 90th level, for me to exaggerate, they start every class with the basics.
Mm-hmm.
Showing, you want to do that advanced shit, do it at home. That's what practice time is about. But when you're here, you're kind of socializing, overthrowing your body in those basic forms. And that's exactly what Timm is doing. It's just like, hey, let me pick a pattern of just a basic, and can I draw this 90 times and get really good at it? And then know, okay, well, if this is the dumb thing that I just freehanded really sloppy, then here's kind of where a nose would go. Here's where some eyes would go. And here's a lip.
I can't tell you how many times people say, hey, how can you do that? How did it? So amazing. Oh, it's just unfair.
Is exactly like that meme. It's like
suffered.
It's practice,
I wish I
madam.
could express to you, like, I've suffered. I've been frustrated to the, like, where I break things because I couldn't get stuff right back a long time ago. You know, whatever, now.
And I did that with Martin Abel's art. Now, the other thing that, so it's self-reflection. That's something that we talked about. It's iteration and practice. I would lump those things together because like we were talking about reductionism, if I have a failed project, that's the other thing that I like to do. You smack it with a hammer and go, okay, that crashed and burned and was shitty and I'm a piece of human trash for even attempting it. Okay, now that I got that out of the way, I'm going to do something else. But I'm going to smack that idea and break it into some complex, but smaller ideas and go, what are a couple flavors or ingredients I can take with me on my way out from that disaster? It's like, what did I like about it? Not everything is a failure. That story embryo. So, Timm, I went into the woods over the summer and I met a wizard. And he explained to me some weird science hoodoo with mathematical formulas behind it that I don't completely understand. Part of what I picked up, I applied to the story circle. Because, are you a mathematician in any way? Do you like numbers and graphs and shit? So neither am I.
True hardcore artist. I hate.
But you might have seen a thing before where if you take you know about animation and curves though, right?
Mm-hmm.
The bouncing ball.
Yep.
If you plot the motion of a wheel out, it becomes this sine wave. Do you still follow me, friend?
Mm-hmm.
So the other thing that Dan Harmon's story circle says, if it becomes part of your dogma like it has mine, for everything there is a season. Life is oscillation. You got to take the good with the bad. Because the story circle tells you that for you to grow, you have to be keel-hauled. I found out there was a word for that. I binged 4 seasons of Pirates, and they do this awful thing. Do you follow me when I use the word keel-hauled?
Oh yeah, I know.
I didn't know that there was a practice called this or what it meant. But if you look at that damn story thing, that's exactly it. And isn't that the bottom point? They say into the underworld. It's funny that the underworld often is associated with Poseidon and the water and whatever's beyond the depths of the ocean, man. That's where you gotta go when you die, right? So you gotta get keel-hauled and come out the other side. And if you survived that, hopefully you're stronger for it.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, whether it be illustration or writing, people get frustrated and they start to get angry and they just like, I've had friends just rage, and I'm like, dude, what's happening right now is actually good. You're learning something.
It can sound like a platitude, but it does boil down to no pain, no gain, friend.
You're learning something. You gotta suffer through it. Yeah, you can't do what you want right now, but know that as long as you are having that block or that irritation or that complete breakdown of your skills, when you come out of it, what you're gonna have is legit. It's gonna be amazing. And yeah, you gotta go through the worst part. I mean, I've had to go through it during, like, in the middle of work. Like, I've had work on the table. Like, okay, well, this guy needs this by Wednesday, and Tuesday night I am destroyed. My fingers won't let me draw what I want to draw. Nothing's coming out. I'm not happy with what is. and it's a learning process. It's the worst learning process. It's that learning process in practice where you're learning as you go.
I love to hear you echo it because, see, right now we're 21 episodes into this malarkey of me doing this Twitch thing, and no viewers on a Wednesday night. But what's most important is that here's where we find ourselves doing the thing. We can say that we did it. I have the practice of having done this song and dance to some extent, with and without guests, for 21 times. So even if nobody shows up, the show will go on, is what I'm saying, because that gives me, like I said, I've set the low bar for myself that I want to get this spaceship of the imagination up off the ground in 20 minutes or less.
When somebody comes in and they actually need to hear it, and they do hear it, that's what you do it for.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so if you follow the structure I've laid down here real quick, something that I used to do is, in my ignorance, I used to draw my lines up here on this line right in the middle of the skull. And so then somewhere around here I'd put a nose, and all my humans were dumb looking. And then I realized something about this form, friends, and what I realized is, first of all, your skull is a football helmet. Your skull is meant to protect your eyes, which, other than your brain, are very important organs to your survival. And so this is a ridge. This is a brow ridge. And this tells me that eyes go below this line somewhere. So immediately, in playing with these parameters and using some bullshit of that golden ratio, remember I took this line and I made 3 of them. Take this area and cut it in half. And immediately, now you have this area where eyes are going to go somewhere. Think of it like just like a helmet. You can kind of see a Mandalorian helmet already. That's that visor. Simply by bisecting that. We're going to bisect this whole volume down here too, and this is going to be a mouth line. And let me bullshit some stuff on there real quick. So the brow line, eyebrows go above that line. Not necessarily, they can go right on the line, but you know, if you want some kind of expression, put your eyebrows up there. I'm not going to draw in eyes yet, but a nose, well, I said a mouth goes here, and a nose goes on this line most of the time. Now, kind of like playing The Sims or any other character creator, my art teacher, she told me in college, my college art teacher I actually learned a lot from, she said to me, I want to teach you these rules so that you're in control of when you're breaking them. She says, a master can break the rules, kind of, because, well, he already knows the stuff. He's making a conscious choice to put the nose on the side of the head, or whatever it is, rather than you looking at it and going, oh, he's an idiot. He just doesn't know how to draw a face. It's like, no, when you've studied it, you know, then you're in control of whether that's an ignorant mistake or a design decision. Is it a bug or a feature? So noses will mostly go along on this line. And what I like about Timm's is most of Timm's drawings are cute, button-nosed creatures. I was recently looking at Pocahontas for reference, and it was frustrating because she has literally no nose. Like, this is strange implied Michael Jackson nose.
Yeah, I find a lot of that was, it's crazy how many times you repeat a conversation in your life. But I was talking to this girl in my daughter has a ballet class every week.
Ballet, you say?
Yeah, ballet.
Okay.
And there's a girl in that class. She's 21 years old. She went to college, and she is an artist, and she is so insightful. And we were talking about like anime styles and how attractive they are to when you're young. They were super attractive. I loved anime I loved it a lot. But the thing I did not like about anime, and you've listened to me in 102 rant about this, is the lack of expressive facial features at all.
Oh, yes.
Like, they built the entirety of genre around working without drawing facial features.
Because that was
Like, oh, they have
easier?
different,
Question mark.
huh?
Is
What's up?
in your studies have you found that they did that because it kept production costs down?
No, I don't think so. I think it just is faster. I think they spend so much time doing the important, literally, the important details. The important details of which are, the location, the clothing, the weapons, all this different cool stuff that you find in anime that makes anime so cool. They focus on it like hard. Well, now you got to spend time drawing, Sakura's nose a little longer or shorter than, I'm just throwing names out, Chiyomi.
Right? No, it's awesome. I love that.
And you're just like, well, why would you need to spend all that time if everyone knows it's Chiyomi because Chiyomi has red hair and Sakura has blue hair? If you know that, then you don't have to bother with it. You just draw the girl with the blue hair and the blue haircut, however she wears it, and then draw Chiyomi with the red hair and just be done with it.
So, how much of this also has to do with, and I'm bullshitting here, and half of bullshitting is the fun of making assumptions, but I just made a weird connection. Does it go back to, I may be ignorant, is kabuki a bad word?
What was it?
Is kabuki a bad word?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it's...
Kabuki is a kind of theater. That's not.
Yeah, that's
we have other bad words that imply other things that are a part of Japanese culture. What I'm saying is, maybe it comes from that idea of the theater where I can tell a character more by their silhouette and their clothing because I'm not going to be close enough to the stage to see their eyes and their face and all that. Am I just full of some shit?
No, I actually, dude, that's a legit thing that, when in art, when we were doing character work, like in school especially, it was always a matter of, you want to make a identifiable character, you create an identifiable silhouette.
Yeah.
So that when the character is too small or when the character is in frame in a certain way, you always know that character is that character. It always looks like, it never doesn't look like that character.
You just touched on something too that my wife noticed the other day when we were. Oh, Tim, have you seen Hilda?
Hilda, the movie?
Hilda, the TV show on Netflix.
No.
You and your daughter have to watch Hilda. It is amazing.
That sounds like a thing.
It's
my wife might have been watching it with her.
Okay, yeah, it's about this little girl who is basically a naturally born nature scout, and then she has to go and move to the big city. But there are all these cool, fantastical creatures, but the art style isn't like Bratz or Monster High. It's very well done.
I hate segueing into this because it's just random talk about excellent art styles, especially movies, especially cartoons for girls. But She-Ra, awesome.
Okay, no, don't. Yeah, no, I'm happy to hear an endorsement from you. I haven't taken it in yet.
My wife came to me about 6 months ago and asked me if Nimona was, okay for adding. I was like, I'm not really sure that's good for her right now. I know that she's working on something right now. I'm not really sure what it is. Just wait a few months. I'm sure it'll come out, and then she'll be able to be exposed to a female artist who's really killing it. And sure enough, She-Ra came out, and that was the project I couldn't even think of off the top of my head when my wife and I were talking about it. Great, so good. First thing I noticed immediately was that all the girls in the movie are different body sizes, different body shapes, different skin tones and different characters. I was talking to a friend of mine about it and how much I liked it, and they were like, I don't know about it. Style looks bad. I'm like, no, the art style is awesome. I was like, well, what made it cool before was the She-Ra was all that. I was like, all the Barbie doll sizes and like all the buff dudes. I'm like, no, we're done with that. That's 1980s stuff. We're raised in the 1980s shit. Now it's
that shit came up at my Thanksgiving because we got on. We can talk a little bit of politics and religion because I think that we don't have to take it straight there, but it gets into that with the family. And my dad's basically, I'll boil it down to that. He's like, well, I don't know X, Y, and Z, blah blah blah. And really, my wife and I had to say, because we're just not doing it that way anymore. We are evolved creatures who have said, we have decided, this is the way we would like it to be now. Yeah. And that's, it's like, that was fine for then. That's not how we're doing it now. Haven't you heard the news, friend? We don't fucking do that anymore.
Buddy, wake up, buddy, wake up. We're in the future now.
Yeah.
It's like it's a whole thing. They're so, I don't know. Whenever I talk to one of my friends who has that backwards idea, and it's so funny because there's so many of their
Falcon
some
dude.
fathers of like daughters that are like, what's this weird stuff? You know, girls have girl toys and boys have boy. I'm like, you're lost, dude. Like, you need to really get with it. Like, that's, and it's not so much that I'm like, I'm just getting on the bandwagon. I don't know if I actually believe it. I fully believe it. I've seen it.
I'm an anti-Christmas and plastic toy kind of dude though too. So
I'm not anti-Christmas or plastic toys, but I am I'm anti-pigeonholing.
For sure, yeah.
Anyone, anywhere. I mean, one of the most memorable and telling experiences in my life, when things changed for me, was I was in college, and I was in school with I shouldn't say school. I should say I was in a group in class, in my art class, with a couple people, and one of them was this really talented gay dude, and he was just a really cool guy. He was really funny. It was the first time I felt like someone was so much more funny than me that I was intimidated all the time. And one day, neither he or his best friend showed up to school. And when she finally showed up, we were like, "Hey, what's going on? What happened? You've gone for like a week or whatever." And she was still like, she looked sick. I was like, "What's going on? Are you okay?" And she said, "Eugene killed himself." And yeah, it destroyed it like wrecked my world. Like, why would he have to he had, like, I guess he felt he was, having so much trouble with his life, and his parents weren't dealing well with his choice,
Yeah.
And it was just like, what? Why? It wasn't worth it. He was talented, he was smart, he was awesome, he was a great person, he had so much to contribute to the world, and took himself out because he couldn't deal with what was going on, otherwise.
I've said to my wife a few times, and this is esoteric and strange, but at the same time, it's not any less true. This is some of that bullshit that you get with the night, though. We are bags. Like a biologist rendered us, I read this online. You're essentially a tube inside of a tube if you think about your body in a very reductive way. One level up from that, you are a bag of ambulatory, or I can use the word undulating chemicals. And you gotta control those in some way. This is why we have, meditative techniques and all that. I don't know, mental, my sister just went through some awful bullshit. And it's shitty that the only advice that you can give to some people, and I'm also learning that people don't always want advice, they just want you to listen. Because I'm kind of a Vulcan. So that empathy thing, remember, of me not drawing people and not drawing faces because I wanted an environment to tell a story. Trying to build that as a skill with actual human beings, because as a nerd, it's funny to think of the NPC meme, and my mind has gone there, but that's a little too reductive and treats people like just objects that should be dismissed, and it's kind of shitty. So all this is to say that it's strange to think of life when you literally only have your own perspective. I saw some bullshit thing the other day, one of those motivational posts on Facebook, I think it was, but it basically explained that you only have your own version of your own narrative. That Timm thinks about Timm in his head differently than I think about Timm. And you'll only experience your own version of that. I literally have a different version of Timm that is completely fucking backwards from how he really is. And I want to get to know him as a person and a friend, but I will never understand him or his life because I am not him. How fucking weird is all that?
But isn't that the whole... Like, isn't that what makes conversation great? Like, isn't that what makes it wonderful? Like, if we just knew each other, what'd be the point of talking at all? Like,
Yes.
why bother communicating if we just knew what was going on?
Correct.
Like, there'd be no point. But the fact that you and I need to communicate to understand each other, like we need to, like, I don't know what you're thinking right now. I don't know what you're
Correct.
thinking. It doesn't matter how good a guesser I am. I can guess in situations what you may think after I get to know you, but
in getting to know my wife, I had that same exercise. I said I would, and I always do this. I'm like, hey, what are you thinking? And she's a person that wouldn't be bugged by that question in the right situation. And I would expect a quick answer, not because I'm an asshole, but we've built that communication up. And it started with her being really apprehensive. She's like, well, I don't know what I'm thinking. Like, it has to be this great thing. It's like, no. And this was years and years ago, before I was even into the color purple the way that I am. But I would say, I don't care if you're just thinking about how, you spilled a little bit of mustard on your pair of purple pants today. I genuinely want to understand you and your thought processes. And so now we play kind of one-on-one role-playing mind games and improv, word salad, rhetoric. Rhetoric was, and holding a good conversation used to be an art.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because talking to somebody about meeting my wife, like meeting women in general. When I was younger, I got nowhere meeting women. I was just bad at it. And no matter what I said, I was ashamed of just talking to women. I was so bad at it. And I had this girlfriend for a long time. We broke up, and I had a nervous breakdown because I
Staked too much of your life on the identity of being with her.
Right. Yeah.
I've been there, friend. I've actually been through several long-term relationships that finally, like long-term, like 3 or plus years at a time. And
getting over it, like I wasn't looking for anything after that. But what I was trying to do is trying to get over agoraphobia, which is insane and it sucks so bad.
I'm throwing up the horns right now. You can't see that, but
What's
yeah,
up?
I'm throwing up the horns right now in agreement with you, friend.
Yeah, it's the worst. If anyone who has it, I strongly urge them to go get help, like right away. And I think that Twitch is a place for someone you can run into people that may have it.
It's funny that you say that because I was talking to the wife about the fact that I rarely ever leave what I call on the stream the bunker. I don't really go anywhere. And I have my friends over every other Friday. Sometimes we go out to eat, but this is because I have, first of all, I'm an artist and I'm mildly employed through my art now and then. My wife makes a good amount of money. We just we're sustaining at the financial level we have, and and I'm also running a multimedia consultant business, but I can do all that from home most of the time.
Right.
So it's strange, and I really have felt the positive psychology of being able to at least talk into a hot microphone, even if no one else is around.
Right.
It's a weird kind of therapy.
Yeah, it was, for me, the way I got over my agoraphobia. At night, when it was dark and everyone was off the street, I could manage to go out of the house. And when I did, I would take a walk. And at first, I took a couple blocks, and I came back home immediately. Go a little bit further and come back home. I'd walk to a corner store and buy enough food to get through my next raging fit of being able to go outside. And then finally, I got a therapist, and they told me you need to take your time, take your life minute by minute instead of taking it, whatever you're taking it as. Go minute by minute. When you get better at that, do hour by hour, and then on and on until you can go day by day, and then you'll be back to normal again after that.
Does this unpack into a form of mindfulness also?
Yeah, it was.
All right, and not to interrupt you, Tim, but we're having a rare moment. Falcon Dude, I want to say hello to you. Thanks for coming back around, buddy. Agoraphobia is kind of a feel. Let me stumble through it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. But agoraphobia is where you have a fear of going out outdoors. Now, is it because people will be there? Is it a fear of large spaces, or large spaces filled with people, or both?
It can be all of the above.
How did it manifest for you?
Yeah, I had several parts. I was afraid of going out in front of people or with people. And I wasn't afraid of anyone doing anything to me. It just would stress me out. There were some people around all the time.
The people who are like, well, I'm just really introverted, so I can't go to parties.
Just them being around, I couldn't stand.
So, am I hearing an assertion that I agree with up front? I would say that you're saying that socializing literally is a skill that you can build up, though.
Yeah, I had to go out and do it. And to get to the point of the story, I ended up I would, every night, or yeah, almost every night, I can't say every night, almost every night, I would go to a bar. I should have, every weeknight, let me correct that. On the weekends, I would stay home and I would hide. But on weeknights, I would go out to a bar and I would go and I would conversate with people. I would not try to do anything. I wouldn't try to pick anybody up. I wasn't trying to go out and have
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Just talk. Just anything.
Now,
what are you into?
Were you ever a drama nerd? Were you into theater or?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
Man. I played Horatio more than once.
Because
love Shakespeare.
How I built my social skills was basically through LARPing.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great one. Yeah, being able to realize that I'm now in a situation where I can be whoever the fuck I am about to tell you I am.
And they've got it, and they get to play off of it. And
right.
You're being,
I'm always going to botch his name, but I will always endorse Keen and Peel. And is it just Key or Keen?
It's Keegan is the improv.
Keegan, okay.
Yeah.
He has an excellent little 3 or 4 minute interview about improv. And Falcon Dude, did I hear that right? I literally have memory problems. So when I can remember something about someone, it is a frabjous day. So Falcon Dude, did I hear that you're also a drama nerd? And then now I've asked him, and the signal is sent out. It's not quite as far away as Mars is, but it takes some time to float out, and he may not even answer. But I've asked the question, and we'll see what he says. I think that he used to be a drama nerd, but yeah. He basically says, and this is great for building a scene, too. This definitely applies to storytelling. But his thesis is that improv is walking backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Falcon Dude is not. Someone else I was talking to recently was. And Falcon Dude's really one of the only other dudes I've talked to recently, so... Anyway, yeah, the idea is, no, but Falcon Dude, didn't you try out for a play? Am I full of shit? I'm really feeling as strong. Somebody tried out for a play recently. But the whole point is, when you find yourself in a situation, the first thing you gotta do is go, where the hell am I? It's like, all right, set the scene. Oh, Tim, let me play a game with you. I did this with I think I played this with Falcon Dude. He was on the show a couple days ago. So let me play this game. Let me change the music because the music is dumb. And the number was 19, and 19 was the number for Omniscion hath spoken it.
Right.
Long Time Coming by Kevin MacLeod. A lot of this music is by Kevin MacLeod because, well, so long as I show the title and his name down there, thank you, Creative Commons, for without you I would not actually have music and would have even less.
I'm hogging up the canvas so bad. I'm so sorry, man.
No, it's all right. You're doing a thing where I get to show off how effing amazing your art is, and I really just get to kick back in the big chair and watch. It's intellectually very lazy, so if you're comfortable with it, I should be drawing along with you.
I don't know. I don't get a chance to draw at work and stuff, so I have to I squeeze it out when I get a chance.
We're going on 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Now, let me put my feelers out there. How are you for the night? Do you need to be anywhere?
I gotta go to bed. I gotta probably be in bed by 9. I am living on your schedule.
Rock on.
I'm West Coast, full on West Coast. I get up.
Are you a vampire?
At 3 in the morning to do dad stuff, or I leave the house for work.
All right.
It's an adventure every day because
I'm trying to slowly wrangle my life back over to my wife's schedule so that we can feel like we're having quality time.
Right? That's what's up, man. I fully agree with that.
Yeah, because I have found that there is there's real social currency in pillow talk. Just laying there in the dark, staring at the cartoons that your brain is going to see in the ceiling or the popcorn, and just being like, let's decompress together. How the fuck was your day? Best friend of all time. Remember, we're piloting this ship called our marriage together. One hand on the wheel there, another, 10 and 2 in it together. So, yeah. I hope I wish good things for you too, Tim. You and your wife got a good thing going on?
I'm loving hearing your story.
Rock on. Yeah.
What was I gonna say? Something crazy, I remember.
All you need is love. Love is a mini splendid thing.
Oh, I was talking about being agoraphobic, I went out to bars and started like kind of meeting people and hanging out, and I'm not making a long story short. I'm just adding this in for the sake of storytelling. But yeah, I met my wife actually on the heels of that. But I didn't just meet my wife. Like through learning the art of conversation, I met a ridiculous amount of women. I became a man of interest amongst women because they thought I was being aloof. They thought I was being inaccessible.
As I know.
I would go out, I'd run to the bar, I'd hang out, I'd have a conversation, I'd check it off on my mental list. This goes back to what you were saying of no one knows what you're thinking. You don't know much about what I'm thinking different. So I'd check, having a conversation off my list, and I would go home. I found women easier to talk to because, well, they're women, they're beautiful. And then I would go back. I would talk to dudes and hang out and have a good time.
In mining my own self-worth, one of the things that I've done every time I've felt too challenged or that I've failed is I've lowered the bar. You have, and then to see, okay, well, if I couldn't fucking do this on hard mode, can I do it on medium? Do I have to put my baby wheels back on? At what level do I actually still have any aptitude at this? And like I've said out loud, my low bar for my Twitch stream, I want to get it up in 20 minutes. I don't care if anybody's watching. Now, it's really cool that Falcon Dude's watching. Thank you, buddy. And yes, he says he did try out for a play, so I'm not completely full of shit. Some parts are missing. If you find them, I'll list my P.O. box later. But the point is you set your bar really low. You weren't even going out to pick up on chicks. You were going out to have one conversation. Real low.
Conversation.
Yeah.
Just a conversation with a person that would be enough to be like, hey, I'm talking to people.
And so you wouldn't even be picky about the gender, just whatever the first fellow human to present itself that wasn't the barkeep.
That's right.
Okay.
I didn't care about the gender. I didn't care about her 3 sizes or his, like, what. I didn't care. None of that mattered. What is the guy wearing? No. I talked to bros. I talked to dangerous looking gangsters. I talked to anybody I could just to have a conversation about almost nothing. But this was learning. There were times it just bombed out. Times people didn't want to talk to me. I'd really start feeling nervous, and I'd run out of the bar almost and go home and, hide in my room. And then there were times where we'd have a long conversation. I'd be there longer than I expected. I would be shocked at how long I was there. And even then I would forget, about the time. I wouldn't think about time. We were just having a great conversation. And it became a thing that got me back on my feet.
So,
like I said,
to reduce you down when you were not social, what were you about? Were you staying home playing WoW?
No, it wasn't even. I wasn't even.
So when you were at home, what were you doing? What would you do with your time?
It was long before WoW. It was before all WoW stuff. I would, and this is probably the most pathetic aspect of it. It wasn't even half as cool as that. My social interaction was zero. I would stay home. I would watch, and I'm not making this up at all, I'm not even embellishing it. This is the full-on truth, sir. I would stay home. I would watch Harry Potter 1 back to back to back. I'd watch it 30 to 50 times a day. I would just keep watching it.
So you have seen the shit out of all the Harry Potter you need for one lifetime.
It caused me zero anxiety, and it was the most relaxing movie I could watch.
Because it was a known quantity? You knew exactly what you were getting out of it?
I had no idea what it was. It never bothered me at all. Nothing about it freaked me out. I could watch Harry Potter. I'd fall asleep to it, and that was it. That was my life. I would do that. Family would call. I would pretend to be fine. One of my friends got wise to the fact that I was having this problem.
Oh, good.
And she would come by every Saturday morning, and she'd make me take a walk with her.
Sweet.
And I'd walk around during the daytime on Saturday morning.
I'm happy that you had that.
Huh?
I'm happy that your story had that bit in it. It's like somebody figured it out, because it sure shit wasn't me.
Yeah, I was. It's terrible. I was able to fool anybody and be like, oh yeah, I'm fine, everything's good, no, there's no problem. And she got wind of it, and she came by every Saturday.
So is she the need?
Huh?
Is this person who made you go on walks, is she this person who first showed you that you have a need to change? Which came first, her walks or you going to the bar?
She understood anxiety.
Okay.
And she understood that, she understood the kind of person I was. I was the kind of person, just to give you some real hardcore example, the things that they were so far in my past that I almost forget them sometimes. But I used to smoke. I used to smoke cigarettes all the time. I was a big smoker.
Okay.
And and she knew me at that time, and she was a smoker. And I told her I was going to quit, and I quit cold turkey, and I never smoked again.
Okay.
And that's the kind of person I am. And she was like, "Whoa, man, cold turkey!" Like, she was struggling with quitting.
So here's a guy that, if prodded in the right direction, can do what he sets his mind to.
Right, exactly. So she was like, sneaking out at night to go to the bar is not good enough for you. You need to get out. What time of the day scares you the most?
So that's a perfect thing. So at some point, was it therapy that sent you to the bar? What gave you the idea to start going to the bars?
Therapy sent me to the idea that I needed to get out.
And was her walks before the therapy?
Her walk was after the therapy.
Okay, all right.
After the bar.
She was more like honestly, the character that just holds your feet to the fire and an accountability partner, kind of.
It was the next step, and I wasn't willing to take it. Literally pulled me out of bed.
So in some ways, is she the gal that ended up being your wife?
No.
Oh, actually, okay, all right. Unfortunately, don't let me say that for you, but that was a fine assumption to make, but that's not the case in Timm's story.
No, she was at the time she was in a relationship.
So that also might have made it easier for you to communicate with her because you knew what grounds you were on.
Yeah, she was she was a really close friend. I went to her wedding. I was close friends with her.
Good.
I would see her every day. We lived a couple blocks away from each other, and that's not how we even met. Our lives became intertwined through happenstance, and
it's awesome
we stayed friends for a long time. Until something went wrong, we had a big tiff, but we recently have reconnected. Actually,
I'm drawing this awful sigil to our God of Chaos and Story down here in the lower right, and I'm just looking at the thing you're telling me, which is true. These are experiences Timm had, but when we craft a thing, we want to make it interesting and dynamic, and we're not fudging. So this is why I'm asking him these probing Socratic questions of,
go ahead.
How did this happen? What happened here? Because after Timm, which is the green dot, the next dot is need. You need something. And Timm, if I'm hearing his story correctly, he needed to get over his agoraphobia. And so he finds that out because a therapist basically kicked in his life and said so.
It's the journey of getting out of the house. It's not just the journey of getting out of the house. If it all just worked out fine, that was it. That would be nothing. What made it so great was that there were setbacks.
Yeah.
There were times.
So tell us of if you make the story a short one that's very binary. We said that you can reduce the story circle down to a baton. You can reduce it down to 2 zones because I like to get reduction-y. like to put things on a slow simmer and say, well, 8 sectors is too many. Let's make it 4. 4 is too many. You can tell a story with 2. There's a dude, some shit happens, and he does or does not come out the other side fine. Done. Drop the mic. That's very basic. So, Tim, as you go into the underworld, and it's fun that the underworld is a bar, it doesn't have to be seedy, but something happens to you at some point. Now, this could be the story, and you said that at some point your friend also mentally massaged you, saying, this going to bars thing's got to stop. But at what point did you reach some conflict in the going down into the bars scene that made you want to come up out the other side and not do this anymore?
Oh, that is a very, that's a very good and pointed question to this. The conflict moment, the roughest moment was, I started coming to the realization that I no longer want to be. I was looking for something serious, someone else who was serious, also not somebody who was just gonna.
So at some point, your own interests just shifted, and that
Right.
was the thing. Because we used, and so then this underscene can just be a montage of you going to the bar, but then realizing, it's another Thursday. It's another Thursday, and I'm doing the thing, and I don't necessarily need to do the thing. I know I'm good at the thing, but now it's lonely because I'm not making any actually quality attachments, right? Am I?
Yeah, I wanted to meet. This was the part of the agoraphobia. Weird. Okay, my problem might be that I felt this. Maybe a lapse of confidence is like driven me to like this or whatever it was. I needed to meet someone who was special, and then I could feel the way I did before I was sick. You understand? Like,
Yeah.
Even I felt like it was a sickness. I felt like I had to go to that point. Well,
knowing what you know today, would you
much.
still call it a sickness?
I don't know. I feel like.
Is it really
it's
just
bad.
you needing to learn the personal discipline to master your life?
I feel like it's bad. If someone else had the problem, I would panic and I would want them to go get help. Even like as if it was
Having been through it, you build an instant empathy of, I know that there are people out there right now going through this.
Right. It scares me for them because
there's
I remember
not an agoraphobia. There's not an agoraphobia, and not to make light of it, but have you thought about starting a foundation, an agoraphobia helpline, or a nonprofit, or anything?
I never did. I've always, I don't know. It sounds dumb to me. So like I run into people that have it, but I do. I run into people that are like I would walk around by myself in the city.
Have you seen the movie Dark City?
Place. Huh?
Have you seen the movie Dark City?
Just downtown. But I would go and I would see people that I could see they were walking, and I'd start a conversation. We'd get kind of nervous and start to relax.
Other night walkers.
Yeah, because they need conversation, and you can tell somebody has it versus someone who doesn't when you had it. Like, they don't look like a person who's just on the way somewhere or someone who's just drunk. Like someone who's trying to enjoy their evening. And if they stop moving, near me, then I had no problem, striking a conversation with them to see how they were. And there are people I got to tell, and I think you should get help. I had it too. I know what you're going through. I know how it feels. I know, like, what you're thinking is happening to you, and what you really should know is happening.
So the other thing is, it was a safe assumption that by going into the bar scene, you knew that you were going to run into people who were going through similar things.
Yeah. That was. You always are seeking someone's going through the same thing.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to know. Essentially, it's like, hey, I'm trying to get to know people and get over my own baggage too. Is that scene?
Yeah, I'll argue that with anybody, if they need me to. We're all going through that. We're all looking for that person.
That whole thing of, to extrapolate on that other idea, it's like everybody's going through some shit, and you never know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, half of why I'm out here into the night with Incomitatum is because at some point, and it has its own spirituality. I don't know. I guess it's just existentialism. But are you much of a fatalist at all, Tim? Are you are you much of a fatalist or a nihilist that says, you get one shot at this life, and you got to flail around, showing the world that you did anything at all, because otherwise you might not have done it. It's like,
Nope.
we're all gonna.
I mean, I'm not saying I don't think that that's true as much as I do think that.
It's just, your own demise does not dominate your thoughts.
I think that you should do, and this sounds lazy, I don't know, maybe, but I think you should do what you're comfortable with. If it makes you happy,
Yeah.
that should be where you're at. And if
Okay.
it doesn't make you happy, if you're really that ambitious, then go follow your ambition. Don't.
So I went to
mean,
this
yeah.
hippie festival in the woods in Oregon, and it was LARPing for me because we were there at the behest of one of the groundskeepers, a good friend of my business partner, and we felt welcomed and instantly loved by these people, and it was just a didgeridoo festival, and it was days of camping in the woods and just hanging out and being genuine humans. But again, these people didn't know me from Adam. I could be whoever I wanted to be, and I've put on that mask several times. I've gone to networking meetings for work where you're Happy Mick website. I've got the customers and I'm gonna get the business, right? Out there hustling like Biggie tried to tell us to do. No, this was F all that. If I can LARP and be anyone, who the fuck am I? I'm gonna be my most me, whatever the fuck that means, because now, and it was a conscious decision. The moment I walked through the threshold into the underworld, and I have beautiful pictures where we literally walk over a stream to go into a new zone. It felt like a loading screen, and it's like just sunshine and hummingbirds and moist, fertile valley, and it's like, holy crap, this is what we're doing? It's like, yeah, and none of these people know me? Okay, I'm going to do that thing where I'm the most me, but I don't know what that means. And so ever since then, it's been weird to be back in an urban environment and going, how do I maintain that vibration? Well, the whole festival was about art and music and love and wishing good things for your fellow man. And it's like, how do I come home and do that with my life? Weird stuff. But you touched on that. It's like, what would make me happy? Hanging out here with Tim has made me very happy, and I'm not letting you go quite yet. If you can stick around, we've got 3 hours and 30 minutes on the clock. My average is about 4. Can you spare me for another? Put up with me for another half hour? All right.
But yeah, no, that's my. I guess that's my nihilism, I guess. I mean, I don't really feel like a nihilist.
Well, let me reframe it, because my wife thinks that I'm very dour and down, because I am. If you probe me, if you say, Incomitatum, what are you thinking about? It's normally always death. But that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I'm not saying it's a negative or a scary thing.
It's what you use as your motivation.
Correct. I could die of a heart attack on the shitter an hour from now. Thank you. So this is how, when I say goodbye to people in real life now, I say be well. Because I realize that the salutation is a weird little prayer that you're leaving with them. I don't know
Did I ever
you.
tell you about my last commission?
No, tell me all about it.
All right. So my last commission, I remember I had a regular stint of commission. I was very proud of them. And the client that I had was one I just relied on. Like, I gave up the rest of my clients.
Let's get some new layers while he talks. Continue, friend.
So this guy, every month it was the same. Half when he sends me the commission, I work on the commission, I get the other half. Half when he sends me, work on the commission, get the other half. Half, etc., etc. It kept going. It went for over a year that way. That's what we did.
Cool.
And then one day, it was like in October, he sent me the whole payment. He sent me new commissions, whole payment. I was like, whoa.
Hey man, did you mess up? Did you just hit too many zeros or something?
Yeah, what's going on here, right?
Enough that it made you want to communicate to him, right?
Yeah, so I finished the work. I messaged the guy, I messaged him, okay, I'm ready for the next one, and finish the work. Nothing. So I take the take the initiative. I upload them to the Dropbox where he is depositing my pieces. I know he deposited them there. Usually he tells me they're good. I deposit them there. We're good. So, I deposit them there, and I message him again. Nothing. I wait. I message him again, and this is like over the course of a month and a half. I message him.
Some shit's going on now. You know it.
Yeah. Finally, I'm like, okay, what's going on? So I go and do a search. I check his website, and nothing's happening.
You got to cyber stalk him a little bit, right?
Yeah, I have to. I have to find out what's going on. Where is that? I know him. So I do a Google search. I hit his Facebook page. I've been there a couple times, not really too much. Kind of following, not much. I don't use Facebook. I'm on it. I don't use it at all. And so I go there, check and see what's going on. He died.
Oh, dude, I thought that might be where you were going with this, but dude, so shit.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah.
Where'd the last payment come from? Was it him or a wife, a daughter?
He paid me in full before the job was done.
It just was an accident.
He knew he was gonna die.
Oh, he did. Dude, what did he die of?
I think it was a brain aneurysm.
Okay.
Some sort of brain problem. He knew it was coming. But he knew he was gonna die. He settled his affairs. He finished his business, including me. His friends never saw it coming. No one knew why he was just finishing his work and finishing his things up. And all of us were in kind of the same boat of, dude, we wish we had known. We love you. It's like, you've moved us and you touched all of our lives, and you left. Like, okay, guys, and he's just that guy who the party's going, and he's just putting his hat on and his jacket and walking out of the door without anybody noticing. That's him. That's what he did. And then we all reach in our pockets and we have like $5 bills and notes of thanks. And we're just like, what's happening here? Like, this guy, I can't imagine. And it moved me almost to tears. The idea that you would know you were going to die, but yet still you appreciate art. You still want to finish your work. Like, all these things that made him such an amazing person. He's an inspiration to me still to this day. Like, I've never seen anything like that before. I've never experienced it. And I don't think I ever will again. Like, I don't think they make people like him.
Have you read anything about or watched the TV show American Gods?
Which one?
American Gods.
Oh, I started it, but it kind of freaked me out. I read the book. I don't know, seeing it was different than reading the book.
Okay.
It just bothered me.
But in there they brought up the idea of making your heart, when you die, you've got your heart has to be as light as a feather if you want to get into the good place.
Mm-hmm.
And it stuck with me. It's like, okay, go around, do your damnedest not to be a dickbag. Go around and take whatever your religion is, and even if you do the reductionism thing, I was raised an evangelical Christian. Take that reductionism and say, we don't do it this way anymore, Mom and Dad. All that matters about your book is, he said, love one another. It's like, you can reduce that to just don't be a dick. But I think don't be a dick is a little more like, I talk to my wife a lot about emotional zero. I say, as the Vulcan who's a little too logical and doesn't want to socialize some days, I'll be like, she's like, hey, how was your day? Meh. Well, she's learned meh isn't bad. What is, man. It just is today. This is just where I find myself. And that's not a complaint. That's not me being negative. Oh, you're always that way. No, that's me being nothing.
Yeah, not everything goes great every time.
Yeah.
Just man.
I haven't had anything amazing happen yet. And you know what I find? And it's weird that they found that, oh, my music stopped. That might actually be for the best. Let's, non-stop. It's funny. My music stops, and then the next song is called Non-Stop. But sometimes we figured out, as a dude who has memory issues, this fascinates me because you have a RAM dump or a short-term memory dump every time you go through a doorway. Psychologists have just said. And it's like, sometimes if you're in a glut and nothing's happening, you need a scene change. And Tim, I'm glad you're here to be able to say that too, as the dude who understands. But so if nothing's happening, or there ain't a party, or you're looking for a scene, or you're just trying to sometimes you gotta go the fuck outside.
Right.
Get some fresh air. Just stand on your front porch if that's the lowest bar. Be like, outside still exists. I'm glad to see that they're still making it.
Oh, look, there's people. All right, good to see them. I'm going back.
Good to see that the peoples are still being rendered. Yeah.
Hello, everyone of your kind. All right, I'm out of here.
So as a writer, and to end in the writing thing, and I guess I will ask you a question real quick. Did you ever try and take a hammer to your nuts and do NaNoWriMo?
Do what?
Have you ever taken a hammer to your nuts and done NaNoWriMo?
No.
No, okay. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I know. It sounds familiar, but I.
NaNoWriMo is a formulaic approach. They don't take the formula deep enough. It's why I even found out about the Dan Harmon Story Circle, because it was in November of last year. But November is basically write 2,000 words a day, and it's National Novel Writing Month. I have not done it either.
I do know what you're talking about.
And I need to get back on the writing bandwagon. So, as you write, I make an attest, and this is true as a storyteller or a GM, but in my religion of reductionism, we're looking often for the smallest thing. And I have said that in writing, the scene is the smallest thing. It's the smallest idea you can have and still have an idea. Now, this I say that with the caveat of talking about a thing that actually has a character that has some agency and does some shit. Because so what I'm not talking about is poetry. I mean, poetry is just a bunch of words sometimes. It doesn't have to have a scene. I don't have to cement it somewhere. I like to look at it like Super Smash Brothers or Street Fighter. This is to say, you got character B and character A. Why would I do it backwards like that? Because my brain told me to. But you have two characters, and they are in a scene. You know, here's the level that we're fighting in, and it doesn't have to be a fight, but there does have to be a conflict. Something that literally comes between them. Can you go... So, how do you feel about writing vignettes? That's a big, fancy writing word. Did you ever take creative writing classes? How
do
you feel about writing?
I love vignettes. I actually
You got any boss writing tips? Yeah.
Huh?
You got any boss writing tips that relate to vignettes?
I'm trying to think of the to go back to what I talked about earlier. I wrote that story for my friend so that she could, so I kind of use her as a sounding board to kind of get the idea of what was good and what people liked. And so each chapter would be almost a short story into itself at first, following backstory for each character, etc. As we introduced them, I introduced them all one at a time slowly, as opposed to when I gave my wife that 700-page book that just introduced everybody as a group. And it was really interesting because she attached better
Say again, friend. You're breaking up. It was really interesting because what?
It was interesting because I introduced them all as a character group.
Yeah.
When I did it wrong.
The Fellowship, the gang, the guys.
Introducing it one at a time and give you backstory on each one would seem to work better. Like I gave her, and this is something I found also, which is, it's another Harmon thing, is introduce in the middle of the story. Don't
in medias res, if you will.
Yeah, don't start it off with a walk through the neighborhood and then you meet Joey. Like, it doesn't work.
Unless walking through the neighborhood is very specific to what Joey is good at, like.
Or unless it's going to lead to Joey catching,
Yeah, is Joey is Joey Neighborhood Watch? Is that why the Save the Cat or the get to know him quickly? I gotta find a better word for that. The building empathy with the character, because Save the Cat's this big idea that I have to actually, every time I say it, I say, well, but you don't know what that means, little dude from India who I've never talked this to.
I think everyone gets the idea of Save the Cat. I think Save the Cat is pretty universal.
The idea is that story is able to be formulaic, and that Save the Cat is slowly ruining our cinema. But the first ingredient to Save the Cat should be mined and appreciated, at least.
I believe, just as somebody who goes to movies and will take, for example, Solo.
All right. Let's see what Tim has to say next.
My best friend also goes to Solo. He and I go the same night, but we're in different states, and we are best. Like, mind you, we're like brothers.
All right.
I go to Solo. I'm watching Solo, and he's saving the cat. He's doing all the things. He's doing all the steps. Each character's introduced. They're cooler and funner. And I loved it. Big heart, loved it. And I watch it, and I'm sitting there watching it, and I see certain scenes, and I say to myself, and this is the society of moviegoers we live in right now. I say to myself, he's gonna hate this. He's gonna hate that. Oh, he's gonna hate this part. Like, I know what my friend's gonna hate, and that's what I'm rating like things off of it. How much do I want to argue about this?
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, that's not how I want to enjoy movies.
Was it a better or worse movie because it was or wasn't formulaic? Like,
I had to watch it again because I knew I was going to be angry because there were formulaic elements.
Yeah.
If you're watching a movie on that level, then you're not enjoying. I'm sorry, I don't care what anybody says. You're not.
You know what? I might have done that to Avengers 4. I really should see it again, or 3, or whatever it was, the latest thing.
You gotta go in and you gotta watch the movie and just enjoy the movie.
And you know, here's the other thing that I've started doing, because I ingest fewer movies and more serialized TV now. It has to be a drama. I'm very anti-sitcom, just because I am aware of the sand in my hourglass, and I don't need situational comedy in my life to validate me as a human. But if something is a drama where competent people are being put in interesting situations, especially if I'm like some of the best TV, and I'm not even into cops and bad guys, but Southland was excellent TV. It just was great. And so we're really into dramas, and they are allowed to be formulaic. They know in TV down to the minute where their story beats are going to be, especially if it's not a Netflix thing, especially if they know that they need to do certain things involving commercial breaks. So yeah, episodes can become formulaic, but I also judge them differently because take a movie, it has to do a lot of things in just 2 hours. If you're sitting down for a TV show, they know that they can stretch out certain reveals and they can have an entire episode dedicated to the backstory of a character that you didn't think was important, but when you're done watching this, you're gonna go, wow, I never saw them that way. Yeah.
I remember reading an article about Christopher Tolkien complaining about what Peter Jackson's done to his father's work. And I was like, oh my God, what's he saying? You know, what's Chris Tolkien saying about what Peter Jackson's done to J.R.R. Tolkien's work? And I might have also gone, what has J.R.R. Tolkien done to, like, what has he done to his work? I don't understand. So I'm reading the article, and Chris is angry because Peter Jackson turned his father's work into an action movie for what he said. I believe he said 12 to 25-year-olds or something like that.
Okay.
And I was like, and my immediate gut reaction was, what a dick. Like,
tell me more about this.
I mean, the books aren't gone, dude. They're right there. This could spark interest for somebody. And this is
how does he feel about the fact that Amazon is now doing their own serialized drama set in the same world? That's what they're gearing up to do.
I think they should. I was just thinking the other day. I was reading over some Silmarillion stuff, and I was like,
I love you for being such a nerd.
I was like, they don't fucking know what a Silmarillion is. Like, they don't even know what a Silmaril is. Like, they don't understand what the Silmarillion is. Like, they don't get it. Like, they've heard the book, and they know there's associated somehow with Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that really dense book of dates. Yeah.
It's a dense book of history and lore, but the stories in there are more action packed,
Right.
and way more like they lend themselves to television drama or serialized television drama better than the movies did. The movies, the Lord of the Rings stuff is great for Lord of the Rings and the movie, but when you're talking about the episodic stuff, please bring in Gil-galad. Please, let's talk about Gil-galad.
Are you a Star Wars fan at all?
Huh?
Are you a Star Wars fan at all? How do you feel
Huge
about
Star
the
Wars
fact that have you heard about the Mandalorian? Is what they're calling it for now?
Are they doing the live action or are they doing the movie?
No, it is a live action TV show. There are 2 of them, and they're supposed to have a light amount of crossover. One is called The Mandalorian. The other is actually has cast members from Rogue One, and it's basically a TV prequel to Rogue One. It's
Here's what you need to understand about me as Star Wars.
all right.
It's very important to any conversation we have about Star Wars. I was never, ever a fan of the lightsabers.
Okay.
I think they're cool. I will play lightsabers with my daughter, and it's all great. But when kids were picking who they were going to be on the playground, and when they wanted to play Star Wars, I was so fast to pick Hansel or Lando.
Okay.
Because I love the Star Wars universe. People forget about it all the time.
All that hoodoo religion is no substitute for a good blaster at your side, kid.
Well, they don't understand. Like, that line itself is such a good world building. That, like, okay, we've seen Luke levitate things, or like we've seen lightsabers now, and we want to see people do it. Then this cool guy says, "Oh, it's a hokey religion," and you're like, "Are you nuts? Look at the freaking laser sword. What are you nuts? Look at that thing. It's laser sword. It's a laser."
Yeah, that instantly tells you about the zeitgeist. It's like most people in this world don't even know that shit
don't
is
even
real.
see it. They've never seen it. They don't believe in that bullshit. It's crap to them. They don't understand. I love that. I love the idea that this thing can exist, that this magic, this great power can exist. And the rest of the universe is like, what the fuck are you talking about? I got to make this money. Like, I love that. That's so real. It's so cool. And that's what they need to. I think that's what they need to really lean into on Star Wars. If they want to establish cool Jedis, they need to lean in on the rest of the universe. Build that universe up. Show everybody that there is something else other than Jedi.
That's what I loved about Rogue One. Little to no force shit whatsoever. So when you see Vader come in, he is a literal motherfucking superhero.
He was a godlike monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so
Can
cool.
you imagine just telling some normal everyday the orange tribe is warring with the green tribe, and then all of a sudden motherfucking Iron Man shows up and kills all the orange dudes. What? Where'd that come from? Oh yeah, did I not tell you that this dude wearing this shit has fucking wizard powers? Yeah.
Yeah, this Dark God showed up and slew us. Clearly we need to worship him. Like, it was such a good. It was the first time, I think, in a Star Wars movie that they really brought to light.
Comic book reading friend, have you read the Vader comic at all?
Not yet, actually. That's on my list.
Dude, it's so good. It's good.
See, I love. That's what I love. I love Star Wars. I guess you know what the term I guess would be. Star Wars as a place.
No, you're touching on it exactly, because my wife asked me the other day if I had many favorite characters, and I'm like, no, as a storyteller, I don't have a lot of favorite characters that I root for or give a shit about, because they're all dolls. Look at player A and player B. They're just these they're this undulating bag of assumptions that we've made about someone through experiences. That's
where a lot of the fans of Star Wars are starting to like really fuck with me. As a Star Wars fan, I really hate Star Wars fans because of this. There's this assumption culture. All Star Wars fans believe that the story is their story, and that the things that should happen in the story should be what they want to happen. Like, you can't create a new story, because every time you do, that's not what I wanted to happen. That's not how it should have gone. Luke Skywalker, does some weird, crazy stuff in the last movie. Oh, they did it all wrong. What the fuck do you know?
My wife, and this is not to pick on her, but it has helped me actually appreciate that it is a medium at all. And she says that I could make a killing if I did this. but she reads fan fiction, and some of it's lewd, but
Right.
most of it's not. And it's just taking those assumptions and remixing them in ways that either do or don't jive with the culture. Well,
Right.
you know, but it's not gospel.
Right.
The mouse is not shitting it out himself, so how dareth you write this? It's not real, man. It's none of it's real. You know, have you played Cards Against Humanity, Tim? I don't know.
Not yet.
I don't know where
actually
it comes from, but there's a card that is often, it's just words, and it's really, it can be weird to get reductive to the point that you realize that all we are two people. And hopefully we have enough of culture in common that when I say proper nouns like Ben and Jerry's, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
All nouns are that way. When I talk to kids about story crafting, I'm like, hey, because I use the formula that was in Strands of Fate, of coming up with the aspect alphabet. And it's like, your character, fill this stuff out real quick. Your character needs an ambition and a background and a conviction. And I say, and a background is cool because background gets you a noun that has to do with where they grew up. It's like, oh, I was the left-handed pitcher in the Green Gremlin gang. What the hell does any of that mean? You don't know. But now I have a whole nother container of ideas that we can grow, hopefully over many different episodes. Knowing what you know about this Dan Harmon keel-hauling Wheel of Pain story embryo, are you employing that with your stories with your daughter?
Oh yeah, that was it was key, and it was something that she didn't really. She's a kid. Kids don't like it. But that's a thing that you have to add. Is there has to be some sort of ridiculous tragedy that is just, it really makes a hero, you know.
Yeah, when you have your blue and pink dolly right here, and this is not even to imply any gender, I just like these bright colors, you now have to say, why does a character exist in this weird oscillation? They exist for you to do bad things to, actually.
Right.
They really do. Otherwise, well, you know, Mary was born in this pink palace and has had ice cream every meal. And unless this is a gonzo society, she's probably, you know, as large as a city block and bigger than a tent. But, you know, you instantly have to start making assumptions into a story. And it's like, well, if nothing ever happens in Candyland, then nothing ever happens. Then why the fuck am I hearing about it? And that's harsh to just come out and say, but you are taking my imagination there because something is happening today in Candyland.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It for my daughter, the thing we came up with was that her best friend betrayed her, and she quit. Like, that's not the end of the story, though. That's like that was kind of the thing I wanted to see. Is like, that's not the end of the story. She quits. She goes home, and that's where our story starts.
Cool.
Not
and
that she.
have you pulled out and shown her that this, you know, that's fine? In fact, you just taught me a very binary two-pole story. You talked me through it, and it existed enough to be a story. It was very basic, but it's like there was a girl, and her friend made fun of her, and she quit the Star Force. Done.
Yeah.
That was actually a story. Okay.
Right.
And it ended. The other thing that I like to talk about in a excellent book called Hamlet's Hit Points says that if a scene exists and a scene is the smallest thing, then and earlier I said that life is oscillation. That's true, but life is not a sine wave. You don't have a victory and then a defeat and then a victory and then a defeat. You might have 7 bad days in a row. You might just have this awful noise of bad luck, good luck. But when do you talk to her about, hey, you know, this needs to be a little scene where, do you want it to end on a white card, a white flag, a good? Do you want it to end on a black flag and actually be a sad point with the...
No, we don't go... I don't really go... Can't go that there, but...
I'm sorry, you're breaking up just a little bit.
I do teach her that all parts of the story can't be good. That's the important thing, is it can't all be. It has to be bad. There has to be bad things that happen. She has to lose. She has to win. She has to grow. And I'll point out to her in her movies, cartoons, that, like, this is what's happening. The character is losing. It's important to do that.
That's the thing. I just realized it because I deconstructed it when when I was watching Hilda, that Save the Cat.
Mm-hmm.
That point, we had a cool diagram. I'll just redraw it real quick. Bang, bang, bang. At the top of it, and they call it U. This is also the new normal. And I want to call it the new normal even when we've never even been here before, because it's new to us. We've never met this character before. And from one episode to the next, that's how you tie things together. Okay. Now, you just said a story where we haven't even said what she looks like. We don't need to know. She gets picked on by her friend, and I'm just going to call it she leaves the Star Force. You can correct me. You can color it how you want to, but it doesn't matter. She leaves. The new normal in episode 2 is she's left the Star Force. You have to show us that immediately. What does that look like? And so the nice thing about how this, I like to be very kinetic about it, but it cranks around with some momentum. Good. Okay, now we're here. Oh shit, now we're going again? Well, yeah. Why? Because you came back for a second story. When I use the term fifth dimensional being because, okay, thank you, Tim, for telling me this about you, and I love that we can be on the same level. You did watch those other Harry Potter movies, right? You didn't just watch the first one? Okay, so you know what the fuck a pensive is. Yeah. I like to liken the exercise of storytelling as largely we are these fifth dimensional creatures around the well. And the thing about it is this well of story does two things. It shows you scenes when you ask it questions. And the other thing is, a thing doesn't really exist until we've seen it. And so it's like, well, wait a minute. What are you talking about? Her star sword. She never had that before. Well, now I want to say she does. Cool. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But why? And how? And when? And all of these wonderful questions that, if it's important, show it to us in some way. What's that next chapter going to be about? Well, depending on what kind of storytelling style you have, Coen Brothers movie might be doled out to you in chunks that don't actually fall on a timeline in the correct order. That's some next level shit that you might not really should mess with as a beginning writer, but yeah. So
have you checked out that the Coen Brothers have that the Ballad of Buster Scruggs?
Yeah, I just watched it.
So good. That's all vignettes, and that's amazing.
It really is. It still does the most basic thing, and there's a conflict. And most of those stories, friends, they actually end on a black note. Almost all of them.
Dude,
I would say that the only one that doesn't explicitly end on the black note is the Miners, but, depending on how realistic this world is, he's probably it's gonna become a black note right after that curtain drops.
It's you feel that way because you're so jaded.
Yeah.
Put it in there like that.
Not only
they wanted you to feel that. They wanted you to feel that it's a black note, even though it kind of the guy recovered. He's gone with this treasure and he left it in the forest. And I love the whole end part. You get the last words of the story in the little end of the vignette.
Yeah.
And it's like in the forest there, everything went back to the way it was before.
Everything went way to the way it was before.
And you see the deer hop in, and you're just like, wow, like nothing. Like we saw life and death. We saw a guy struggle for days and days, and he just walks off. Left a guy in a hole. That's it.
You didn't hit anything important.
Yeah,
it only hit my guts, Mr. Pocket. It didn't actually hit anything important.
It went right through.
It went right through.
Didn't hit nothing. It didn't hit nothing. I love that. I love him.
You shot me in the back. I love he's crying. He's like, motherfucker. It's like, you couldn't just come up to me and shoot me in the face or the throat. You're a thief. You're a sneak thief. You're an awful rogue.
That one too. He made me so That just saying it. Like,
Tom Waits is my
do
spirit.
all that work and he shot me in your back, and I was like, he's crying. I was like, oh, it's so good.
The only
It's so good.
man, Tom Waits in a lot of ways is my spirit animal. I have lived a fuller life because I've got to experience him on any level. So.
Oh, so good. And then the one that had me, the one I literally had to touch my head, I had to literally put my hand inside my head, just horror, was the one with Liam Neeson.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh my
yeah,
God.
yeah.
Did you not? Did you not?
I was wondering what I thought it was going to be a little bit of a bait and switch or something, but it's like, no, he did. He literally did go there.
Yeah, and you're just like, they didn't show it to you, which is a mercy, and you're just holding your face like, oh my God, no, and that's a story, man. That's a story. Like, there's this compassion. There's this almost this like, you feel something for them, and then the I don't know what I want to call it.
Your existence has literally
says this can't continue.
Your existence has literally become too big of a burden in a world where I'm worried about greater things like warmth and is a bear gonna eat me? And I'm sorry, friend.
Chicken, man.
We don't have the support network to really know what to do with a dude with no legs and arms. So
yeah. I was holding my face. Like,
at least, I don't know. I need to go back and watch. Did we get any semblance that the gimp, sorry to use that word, I guess it is in bad taste, that the disabled man's name was Robert?
I don't know if we got a name for him at all.
Okay. Because the old joke is, what do you call someone in that position? And you call him Bob. So
we do get the idea that he knows.
Oh, yeah. At that point, maybe even the chicken knows. It's like, well, better than you than me, friend.
That was so upsetting. I mean, there's so many questions, and they're all dark questions. Like,
right.
They try to escape.
You've touched on it.
Holy hell.
Falcon Dude has given us props. He says, you guys are nerds, and it's awesome. Thank you, Falcon Dude, for watching us draw, watching us talk about story. Here's what I've been into. 2 other Netflix series you might want to take in if you can even find the time. Have you seen the movie Brazil?
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, Brazil is one of my second favorite movie of all time. Well, Sorry to Bother You is a movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah. That's Boots from the Coup. He wrote that. It's awesome.
Yeah, I only just watched it, but before it, I watched Maniac. Have you seen it?
That's Jonah Hill and who else is it? I want to see that one really bad. I haven't had a chance to watch it.
Good, because it has that dark comedy Brazil dystopian vibe. It feels like it could have taken place right next door or on the other side of the city from Sorry to Bother You.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of Sorry to Bother You, though, at the very end of Sorry to Bother You, I don't know how long ago you saw it, he literally says, yeah, well, now I could not have come home to it being exactly the way that it was. Mm-hmm. Straight out of the rules for how you write a story. He's like, well, yeah, I couldn't have come home to exactly the way that it was.
Well, when I found out he was going to make a movie, I knew it was because one of those inside baseball things that you'd find out is that Boots from the Coup is close friends with Patton Oswalt, who is a complete cinephile. Like, he is a hardcore cinephile.
Do you equate cinephile with story nerd?
Oh yeah. Dude, okay. There's no way. One of the reasons I love
how could you not like cinema without deconstructing the formula and appreciating the notes that they need to hit to make a thing even called a story or a.
One of the reasons I love bad movies so much is because I love good movies. You know what I mean? Like, I explain to people all the time. I'm like, I love good movies because I love bad movies.
Well, yeah, and that goes right back to that oscillation. You cannot have the good without the bad. Like,
right. When you know what makes a movie bad and you know what makes a good movie good, you can really appreciate both. I mean, just watching garbage, like on a Saturday or whatever, sitting at home, and like I'm flipping through and I'm looking at Netflix, but I'm not quite in the mood for something good. then I'll flip over to Amazon Prime, and I'm like, okay, what do I have here? What do I got? What's in? Because my playlist in Amazon Prime, my playlist there is all garbage.
Have you
I don't say all
watched
garbage.
any?
I'll
Have you
say
purposefully watched any content that pretends to be created at such a high standard on whatever service YouTube is trying to peddle? YouTube Red or
not.
YouTube? Yeah,
I'm
okay.
not, because all the things I've seen from YouTube liked a lot, and I can see myself just sitting there staring at it.
You do or don't like? You broke up just enough.
I have not watched anything. The first time I tried, I liked. Can't remember what it was.
The only thing that YouTube has done recently, they released a trailer that was very intriguing to me for a story called Wayne.
Really?
Yeah, that was well. The trailer makes it look involved enough, but at that point, I wonder if they didn't just hit on somebody who knew how to tell a good story, because it doesn't look so amateurish. I didn't see it, but I've only heard good things about it.
Yeah, me too. I've seen a little bit, not enough to say I've played a full episode, and what I saw I liked a lot. It was like, wow, I want to get more of this. This looks cool. This is way better than I thought it was going to be. Like, I first saw the story, I was like, this is going to be a corn bag, cheese bag thing. I don't want to see this. Now I'm kind of curious about it. I want to see more. Like, it's like, the characters. It's revisiting that world. It's now Karate Kid as a world or as a place instead of Karate Kid as a movie that you saw in the 80s.
Well, the other thing is that it speaks right back to the new normal. It's like, it's 2018, and all the social norms are different. It literally is a different beast. And are these guys gonna? So I think that it leans into some of that nerd nostalgia. It's like, hey, dude, that I'm making this movie for, you're almost over the hill yourself. Watch these characters who were fucking amazing when you were a kid now go through the same shit that you're dealing with.
Right.
What do you mean we don't say that word anymore? Whatever word it is. Yeah. I did, so we're going on over 4 hours, and I want to play a really quick game with you, hopefully, before I let you go, Tim. And I want you to use this to infect other people's brains. You probably have before, building yourself into a little bit of the socialite. But, so imagine a scenario, if you will. You're walking. First of all, are you ready to play this game? Got a minute?
Sure.
All right.
I'm barely awake, but I can do it.
You're walking through a clearing when you come across a house. Full stop. That's the end of the game. You're done.
Open the mailbox.
Except for what I want to ask you now. You saw a house in your mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I ask this because I learned recently that there is a subset of the population that literally cannot form pictures in their mind. So first of all, we know you're not a scroll. You have imagination. You
Nice.
Yeah.
Cut. Nice one.
So, tell me 3 things. Reduce it for me. Hit it. Tell me 3 things you want us to know about the house.
Well, I was trying to say the problem with
ideas.
that story was, the one single problem was, you said that, and I didn't. I immediately saw the house from Zork, so
that's great.
Yeah.
Now, the psychology of that is, what's the house from Zork? I'm an alien. I've never heard of Zork before. Actually, Zork sounds like an alien.
A little rundown cottage. It's like people live there as a.
So it's a rundown cottage. We're not going to make fun of Tim for using another big proper noun like cottage. We know what a cottage is. So tell me something. Tell me 2 other things about it.
Has a mailbox. Brown.
Brown. Okay.
Shingles. Chimney. 1 door. 4 windows. At least from where you can see.
Now, one of the things that you haven't done, you haven't told me what anything around the house is like, and that's okay. Does Zork give you a sense of what the landscape around the house is like?
It's off-road. It's like near a wood. You could see like a wood behind it.
Because Zork, now, pretending that I do know what Zork is, Zork was a text-based adventure game that was just text.
Right.
So you had to infer a lot.
Right.
You still hit them for the sample set of what I'm doing. this game, What is a House, is essentially what you would call it. Everyone picks a house from their childhood. Normally, it's their childhood house. Now, Tim still picked. You played Zork when you were young, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So still, most people do the nostalgia thing and they mine something from not just their past, but their deep past. Most people never do their current house. Most people, it's their childhood house. And for Tim, it's the house from Zork, and that's cool too.
The house from Zork, always.
Yeah. The other important game to play if you're in a writer's room or improv scenario, another way that you can frame this is, what is an elf?
What's up?
What is an elf?
Oh, you have to decide on what you think an elf should be.
I mean, Tim, you can tell me, but that's just another way to you can reframe that entire exercise. You can say, well, what is a house? That one is easier to do. We've all had a house, but some people, you can reframe the entire game and have a discussion. What is an elf? Is it a cookie making? Is it a shoe cobbling? Is it a creature made out of light that lives for 500 years? Can it shoot laser beams out of its eyes? All of these things are, if you're going to create a narration with your friends, little things you might decide on. Reskin the word elf however you want, but the idea is...
Because we're talking about doing good story, world-building story, like iteration, I want to talk about something that I noticed recently that I thought was not good story iteration, but also super cool at the same time.
So for his closing idea, Tim, share this nugget with us, please.
Something that was not good, not well done, but at the same time was epic levels of awesome.
Let me hear about it.
All right. There's a scene in Lord of the Rings, the movie, when they're all traveling up through the snow on the mountain in Khazad. And they're just all just wading through the snow, and they're up against the wall on the mountain. They're all walking up the path. I'm watching it with my wife and a friend, and we're all just, kind of relaxing, kind of chatting, and kind of not. And I see it. I grab the remote control. I pause the movie. They all go, "What are you doing? Why are you stopping?"
What the fuck are you doing, man? Like, none of us have to pee or nothing.
Look at Legolas. And they all look, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, he's walking on the snow in a way that nobody else is in the same scene. That's some shit." They didn't say anything about it. It's a part of the story, but no one gives a fuck.
Some Messiah level shit that they don't take to point out. But if they had changed,
they did it.
If they reframed it, they could have shown you even 2 seconds of his footfalls being different, but they chose not to.
They could have explained, or could have had somebody getting pissed off about looking at him. Whatever it took to show that this is a thing that elves do. But instead they just gave it to you, and then it's a passing, fleeting, it's a moment. It is minutes. It's literally, not even a minute, it's seconds. It's seconds. And I noticed it for the first time ever, and I almost exploded. Like, I was like, that's insane.
A little bit
awesome.
of a joygasm for you.
Yeah, that's Peter Jackson knowing the story. Giving the story to people who know the story already.
So if people are gonna bitch about how it's not quite what it should have been, the same people that might bitch about the new Star Wars, and I've got some problems with it too, but you know what? Don't be a negative Nancy. But at the same time, you lose some credibility when you see Peter Jackson was a nerd and a super fan. / is. I mean, he's not dead, right?
No, he's not. He's still around. He's still kicking. He's still
other awful. Here's my lowest bar. The awfulest game I play right now. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. Is Betty White still alive?
Yes.
All right. There we go. We're living in the good universe for now. So, folks, I want to call out my second viewer who just showed up. How are you, friend? It's good to have you. 2 viewers at once.
Is it Gandalf? Because what the fuck, man? I'm about to go to bed. I'm about to fall asleep over here.
Yeah,
this guy showed up at the last
we are
second.
going on 4 hours and 20 minutes, wink nudge, friends. That's about the longest version we do, like past the 4 hour mark.
At the end. Make sure you give them a chance to see each layer individually.
Oh, God. Yeah.
I feel like they missed everything.
I'm going to have to do a speed version of this. So I'm definitely saving it. So yeah, let me descend. Let me lower our place. Do we get some good? Two 18s. Two 18s is a 19. 19 was the number spoken, and this is the perfect end credit song. Purple Planet's Energy. Let's turn it up just a little bit. Here we go. Curating a proper ending. We were joined by an actual guest. That doesn't happen often. Tim, thank you for being here, buddy. Thank you for giving me the sand of your hourglass.
Do it again. Hopefully, the next time we'll be able to actually because we talked about story tonight, and that was cool. I definitely started off thinking we were talking about drawing, like figure drawing.
And we should, right? But I don't normally have a story nerd here with me, so
Yeah,
I guess that's what I was feeling. So thank you.
Yeah, I love story. You know I love story. And
You're gonna see that as this thing goes on, it slowly is more and more produced. So thank you for being here in audio. Thank you, friends, for being part of my show. If
hopefully
nothing else,
I'll be a repeat guest like you are, and
I
people
love
can
that.
check me out.
Yeah. I was
You
just
can check
about
me
to
out
say.
at my Tumblr. It's just my name, timhenson.tumblr.com. And then
Tim
also,
Henson's DeviantArt is right here. Is that a place you're still plugging?
No, not at all. I don't go
Unfortunately.
there.
Beautiful
I use
work.
Tumblr.
If I want to show you guys quickly. And then
I use my Tumblr, and I use, and also I'm going to be on Wobblies this Saturday. So
Yes.
Wobbly Circus. Check me out. I'll be
Let-
on. I'm doing a doubleheader all day.
have you been on there before?
No, it's my first.
So your first
and
is a double header.
My
let's,
first is doubleheader. I'm taking on 2 people.
Let's take an extra second and plug the Wobbly Python Drawing Circus because it's an amazing little show. It's a couple hours long. This is an ad. Sorry, Twitch. Anyway, go to Wobbly Python. Check him out. Be a follower. If I've got 23 followers, which is good because my math says that I've done this 21 times and I have 23 followers. I normally pick up 1 to 2 followers each time. So thank you guys.
Yeah, if you like art, if you want to see art happen, and you want to see it happen ridiculously from artists being ridiculous, then yeah, checking out Wobblies is the best. You will see that we are all like when it comes to drawing quickly. Like we all play Pictionary the same, guys.
Yeah, which is to say we all stress out over it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're a vet.
Crucible.
I was figuring that my first time on Wobblies would be against you, or even Adrienne. I don't know what she said. She said
Adrienne,
Adrienne, yeah. But it ended up being Pepper who caught my eye. I love her angular style. I love her art. And
do you
Wobbly,
use your Twitter much?
Booked. Huh?
Do you use your Twitter much, Tim? I found you over on Twitter.
Not very much.
Which is how I found Extra Pound, which is
I'm really tempted to start doing Twitter more. No,
Okay.
Mostly it's just my Tumblr for now. I'm sure I'll get back into the swing of things and start doing stuff more as I start doing commissions.
And I found that you do have an Instagram. You're not there much, right?
No, it's my Instagram is private. It's got pictures of my kids and my family on.
Understood. Yeah, that's fine.
I need to start one with just art like Timm Henson art or something like that.
You can find me on Incomitatum on Instagram. I have Andrew Chase Design on Facebook and Google Plus. Hit me up there, guys.
Presence.
And
but I haven't really been out there because sadly no one cares.
all in next week. Right, I'm taking all of next week and making it about the sculpting that I've done. I didn't even get to talk to you about that. I don't know if you've seen it.
Wait, no, I have. Yeah. You put some of it on.
It's become joygasmic. It's almost like it's just feeling something manifest in your hands is strange. So yeah, that's the new vector I want to take my life. You were talking about if it brings you happiness and joy, put yourself there. That combined with streaming is where I want to be, and slowly this weird show comes together. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for giving me the sound of your hourglass, and more importantly, be good to each other.